What's up? Welcome to tonight's live stream. I'm him, and today it is Saturday, March 1st, so it's beginning of March. And yeah, I don't know what else to say other than it's beginning of March. And so far, the war in Ukraine still seems to be going on. There still seems to be a whole conflict happening in Gaza and now Syria. Inflation is at an all-time high. I saw something that said that the price of eggs, I don't really eat eggs, but it's something that's relevant. The price of eggs are expected to go up another 40% this year. And I have heard that eggs are $12 a dozen now. It's a lot for something that used to be a few cents per egg. I was watching some video where one of the guys was saying that at the restaurants, the Korean restaurants that he normally goes to, how they are no longer giving you that, the free egg, the little boiled egg that they would do as a side dish, one of the many side dishes that they do. How Denny's is now doing a surcharge. I think and Waffle House are doing surcharges for people who order eggs. How bakeries that rely on eggs are being squeezed and will likely start to increase their prices fairly soon. All of this because of money printing and giving money away to rich people who already have money. And now I'm starting to see that a lot of investors are starting to dump their positions in stocks and equities, or we'll just call it equities in index funds. And there are more layoffs. So I'm just wondering, like, where does it all end? For whatever reason, our government has yet to say that we're in a recession, although I think we've been in a recession for at least a couple of years now, maybe even 3, but it's not been announced. And for whatever reason, I keep hearing things about how the economy is doing great, but I'm just like, well, for who? Even people who I know with plenty of money are not in agreement with that statement. But yeah, we'll be watching some videos and trying to see, what other people have to say about the current state of what's going on here in America. I'll also be watching some other videos too. I'm not even gonna lie. I needed some type of sensational title for this stream, so that's going to be my sensational title. And we're going to start this off with a video called Day One Promises. And I remember these Day One Promises, and it's now day more than one. Doesn't matter what day it is, it's day more than one. And these promises have yet to be fulfilled, which is what I would expect. If anyone who actually knows me knows that I think that all politicians are full of shit. If a politician is a person who you cannot trust. That has always been my stance. I inherited that stance from my grandparents and from my parents and from my great grandparents, that these politicians cannot be trusted. They will tell you whatever they want, whatever you want to hear, just so that you can get them in office, and then after that, they go on. The best example I can give, for those of you who don't know, I'm Black. There was this thing wherein during the Civil War, for slaves who fought with the Union, they were promised 40 acres and a mule. We are now 5 or 6 generations past that point, and as far as I know, that never happened yet. During the Homestead Act, they gave a bunch of white Europeans a bunch of free land in the middle of the country, the Midwest. So, yeah, my perception of politicians has been shaped by my history and my ancestors' history with them. And here we are again, just more proof that it doesn't matter who you vote for. They're all full of shit. So we're going to watch this. This is what seems to be happening to me. It seems like other people are starting to realize this, which is ironic to me because it's just like all you have to do is know the history of America to know that politicians have been full of shit since the beginning. In any case, I'll go ahead and share my screen and we'll pop up this video.
All these promises that we...
And pull it up. These are some Koreans who are seeing this. All right. So I'm like, yeah, it's about time others start to realize that these politicians are full of shit.
We're told over the election cycle and the campaign season.
Oh, before we go through this, this is Trump's unkept day one promises by Matt Kim and his podcast. I forgot his name, but I'll remember it in a bit. You should check out these people. I like their content a lot. You know, they seem fairly reasonable. They ask interesting questions and have very interesting conversations. And hopefully we start to hear more voices like them, because honestly, I am quite tired of mainstream media. In my opinion, mainstream media is literally another extension of the government, because let's be honest, in America, you purchase the government, you buy politicians. There's never been a point in time in American history where you could not buy people. It used to be my people, now it's politicians. So if you are rich, chances are you are rich enough to also own media companies. And in fact, media is one of the best ways to shape public discourse, which is one of the reasons why I think I'm going to be a little bit more serious about doing what I'm doing now, because we need different voices in the arena now. People who are not bought. I thought I just felt shaking. Okay, maybe we don't. It's like if it's shaking here, that's something bad. Hopefully, that's not actual shaking. In any case, let's go through the video.
All these promises that we were told over the election cycle and the campaign season, and all these day one promises, because I feel like we've gotten so many day one promises. On day one, within 24 hours, we are going to stop this war in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Well, Trump promised that he could get it done really quickly, actually, before he got elected, if I remember correctly.
Within 24 hours, it will be over.
All I need to do is have a conversation.
Day one, we are going to have the largest mass deportation anyone has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of promises. We're going to release the Epstein files. Kash Patel.
Yep.
Day one. And I kind of liked Kash. Day one, we are going to release the Epstein files. And you're going to see the full Epstein list.
Yep.
Day one.
JFK.
I remember these things. It wasn't that long ago. And I understand that people's memories are short, but my memory isn't. Not that short. I remember those words being said. And as far as I'm concerned, this is past day one. We're now in March 1st. We've had all of February. We had half of January. That's like 45 days. Well, I guess not. It's like 40 days. So day one, in my opinion, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, day one is the first day, not the second or the third or the fourth or fifth or the sixth. It's the first day.
Where is all this stuff?
It's apparently not happening because we have to run it through a committee, Matt.
Trust the plan.
Yep, nothing to see here.
Trust the plan. It's 5D chess.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot give you the solutions or fulfill the promises that we made for day one.
Yeah.
But on day one, what we can do is we can roll out AI-driven mRNA shots. That is actually important. So that is a day one thing.
Yes.
We will do that day one.
Yes.
But you know all those other things we promised, the things you care about,
Yes.
like the economy. Remember when Joe Biden was president? Everyone was like, "Oh, the price of eggs are like 50 cents an egg."
Not
Bro,
wrong.
it's $1 now.
Yeah. Not wrong.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Can someone address that, please? Like,
Again, I don't actually know the price of eggs, but I do know that they are expensive. I can remember not long ago, I would go down to my local taco shop. I'm in Houston. We got tacos. That's what we do here. A bacon and egg taco was $1.20. That was relatively expensive. All right, mind you, right? $1.20. Fast forward to a couple of weeks ago. I haven't been back since because I'm just like, I can't afford that. One bacon and egg taco is $4.25. Now, let me break down what's on a bacon and egg taco. It consists of egg, a couple slices of bacon wrapped in a flour tortilla. There was once a time when you can get a whole dozen of tortillas, a dozen eggs, and that would be under $4.25. With the bacon, you'd be looking at about $7, maybe $8. But that would be for a pound of bacon. You can make at least 12 breakfast tacos, bacon and egg tacos, for under $8. Yet today, I spent $4.25 for one. I was just thinking about my, I bought some potatoes. You know, I like potatoes, right? That's one of my favorite things. I was looking at the receipt because I was just like, let me just look because it's here. I'm like, why is this receipt here? Normally, I don't keep receipts. They get thrown away with my bags. But there happened to be a receipt on my counter. I was looking at it. I was like, when did potatoes, a single potato, a Yukon Gold, not anything special, when did those become $1 per potato? $1 per potato. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's listen to what
why
else they have
are
to say.
eggs so ridiculously expensive? Why do I go to my favorite Korean barbecue place? And you know, when you go to Korean barbecue, they give you like the keranjim, the egg souffle. They don't have it anymore.
Yeah. It's too expensive.
The eggs are so expensive, they can't give you your free eggs any longer.
But in every other country, the eggs are still cheap as hell and viable, and there's tons of them. I've seen
that part is true. And that's the thing that, you know, that's really upsetting me, because I can go anywhere else on earth and the price of produce, of eggs, I don't eat eggs, but let's say the price of these things that you get here, for whatever reason, is orders of magnitude more expensive. I was showing my friend some clips from when I was in Korea, and it looks like I must have closed them like an idiot. Of course I did. Well, I'm not going to pull it up now, but I was showing them a grocery store, and I was showing them these green onions. They're like amazing. They're large, thick, lots of them. And I was just like, one thing of it looks like a pound of green onion. That's less than one little small thing of green onion here. I've been noticing shrinkflation here at the grocery store, where a bunch of vegetables used to be a bunch. Now it's like 3 or 4 pieces of green onion for like $3 or $4. Or when I buy my broccoli, the other day I spent $9 for 3 broccoli crowns. Broccoli. What that's thinking? Something that I remember costing less than 70 cents not that long ago. Just some worth pointing out. Now, I'm not here to say that it's the current administration's fault or even the previous administration's fault. I lay the fault at both of their feet. You know?
seen videos. So why are they only expensive here?
Why is the economy getting worse? Why are the price of goods continuing to rise? Why are we still in every single foreign engagement? Why do we say we cut off foreign aid except Israel?
I am curious about that too. why is it the case that everywhere else is fair game except for that country? Why is it that Facebook's new terms of service, where it's like, oh, we want to allow freedom of speech, except when it's talking about people from this country? Interesting questions.
Why does every single person that say, I'm going to do something day one, come in as soon as day one? The first thing they do is not the thing that they promised, but the first thing that they do when they come in is like, oh yeah, by the way, we support our greatest ally, Israel. That's the first thing they do.
Well,
You can't skip that.
that has to come out of the mouths of every leader before they begin anything.
And they don't put that in their promise.
No.
But it's requirement at this point, apparently, because
apparently.
everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
Even Cash did it.
That really hurt my feelings, man.
And
Same with Dan Bongino.
yeah, everybody.
Everybody, they're all coming out. They're bending the knee.
But the things that we were promised, we're not getting it.
They can't ship product, Matt, because if they ship product, what carrot will they have to hold over us for the next 4 years? They have to have us keep looking up. Yes, Amasa, please give me the crumbs. Give me something. Oh, Cash Patel. Oh, Dan Bongino. Oh, I'm satiated. Oh, don't worry about it. You don't need to have it. Just give me more crumbs, sir. That's what they're doing, man. That's what they're doing. They're holding us to the usual, different master, same narrative. We're going to give you an idea. We're going to give you hope. And then we're just going to rug pull you like Malay, rug pull you like Trump and Melania, man. It's all the same.
And every time I scroll on X, the MAGA influencers, they're like, are you tired of winning yet?
What are we winning?
And I'm looking around like, I can't see one win, actually.
You have two semi-frustrated Asians who are seeing that nothing's getting done.
What's the win, actually?
It's not just them. I've noticed it too. I'm just like, there's been a lot of activity, obviously relative to the previous administration. Yes, it is nice to be able to see and hear from the president on a more consistent basis. Yes, it's nice that a person can talk and stay. Well, I don't know if he stays on topic, but he's not relying on a teleprompter. It's nice to have whoever the public HR person, I forget what you call her, the press secretary. It's nice that we have someone who doesn't seem like a buffoon and who can actually speak and who doesn't have this stank attitude that's always on her face. It's been nice to see some action. However, when it comes to meaningful impact being made, I haven't seen it yet. There's been a lot of motions. I'm not really interested in motions. I want to see actual things happening. What the hell just happened? Get rid of that.
War, there's still war. We're promised better economy, there's still economy. We're promised mass deportations, there's no mass deportation. Where is the...
Yeah, this is something that I brought up with my friend. He was like, no, there are. I was just like, no, that not really. As far as I know, and I could be wrong because I don't really follow these things, and maybe I will start to follow these things a little bit more closely now that I have nothing else to do. But last time I heard, we were doing less than 10,000 per week. Now, if some of the numbers are to be believed about how many folks are here, and that's on the order of tens of millions, let's just say 10 million. 10,000 a day is not going to cut it. If you multiply that out, that's not going to give you enough. Especially, let's multiply it out, all right? Let's assume that we're getting 10,000 per day. There are 365 days in a year. Well, that's not going to do it. Assuming there are 10 million, but as far as I've been told, there are more than that. Although I don't know if I believe that. I don't think that illegal migrants are the reason that prices are up or that Americans can't get certain types of jobs. I don't think that's the reason. I think it's a scapegoat. However, that being said, I'm not saying that I disagree. If you come into our country illegally, you should be put out straight up. That being said, I can't say that them being here is the reason why, according to him, I don't know. I don't know what the price of X costs. I can look it up in a bit. According to him, there's no reason for an egg to cost $1. You know what? Then let's see how much an egg costs, because I really don't know. We're going to go to, we'll go to ATV.com. Maybe. Okay, yeah. I wonder if you can even buy eggs online now. So we'll do a 12 count. I think that's the normal count. So it's still affordable here. For the eggs that I buy, yeah, it's not that bad. Like I get eggs for Roscoe every now and again. So it looks like it's about $8. So that's not, it's 60. Okay. That's still over 50 cents an egg. This didn't used to cost this, by the way. I'm sure y'all know that, but it used to be about $4. Oh shit, that's double. Never mind. Wow, okay. Yeah, these are twice the price of what they were not that long ago.
The win.
We have Candace Owens calling out the French male. Like, is that what we got? We have Candace Owens now. Is that what we won?
I don't know, but I saw
she's
that
noticing?
Macron is at the White House this week, and my initial gut is, did he bring his husband?
Did you see Trump? Did you see Trump diddling with his leg the whole time? Like, oh, we're gonna talk. I don't know what he said, but French is so beautiful. It's like, bro.
And I get it. It's only a month in, but all we have to grade on is the month that we have.
And
I
the
can't future tell.
and the promises that were made. That's
And-
it. That's the two things. Promise made, didn't deliver.
Yeah, if we were running in a very utilitarian mindset and we said, here's a list of the tasks and here's a list of the things that were promised day one, how many things have we checked?
I think they're close to zero.
Exactly. And people all work in different ways, right? Some people like to have a task list of things they want to complete, and they work on a little bit at a time. Fine, I get that. That may be your work method. I don't work that way. You don't work that way. Most people that are successful
I don't work
and
that way
are
either.
competent at what they do.
Typically, I have a list of things that I prioritize, and I go from top to bottom, and it gets prioritized fairly consistently. It's generally how I go about accomplishing things. I don't see that happening right now.
They have a task list. You start at the top and you start knocking things out because it gives you progress. It clears your board, and you see momentum and you build momentum based on tasks completed.
Yes.
That is actually the better way, I believe. And I believe that's how you teach on how to do things.
Yes, and actually, I tweeted today a screenshot of inbox zero. I hit inbox zero this morning.
Congratulations. Not easy.
Not easy. Clearing your inbox so when you have no new mail, big deal. Like that's when you know you're getting shit done.
And you go, there's a list. You start at the top. You start working it down. Maybe you prioritize. Maybe things adjust over time. But the goal is to clear the list.
Get shit done. GSD.
This administration is working in a way where they have a huge list of promises, things that they called and they promised and they told us was priority. And instead of clearing the list, it's just like, we'll work on this for 3 minutes and we'll work on this for 3 minutes and we'll work on 3 minutes. And while you shift from issue to issue to issue, it is so much waste. It is very inefficient. And the only way that they can think of to solve it is let's committee it. How is this any different than what any other administration has done?
Make the call, sir.
Separate yourself from your love from Trump. Look at it from a higher vantage point and be like, is he getting shit done? And the adamant, obvious answer is no.
I mean, you and I can't be the only noticers of this type of pattern, Matt, right? We can't be the only ones that are semi-frustrated and saying, hey, look, I know that things move slow. And let me take the opposite side of the argument. The opposite side of the argument is, Matt, it's only been a month. You got to give the man some time.
It doesn't. No. I disagree with
gotta
that. I disagree with that. Hardcore. Here's why. Yes, I understand that I am a very literal person. With that being said, if you are someone who's running for office, you should understand that there are going to be people who are literal. If you say you're going to do something on day one, that doesn't mean on day two. It doesn't mean on day three. It doesn't mean on month two. It doesn't mean on month three. It means on day one. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care how many days. It's day past one for me. And for whatever reason, the things that I remember being said that would happen on day one aren't happening. Now, I can't really be that upset because, as I like to tell most people, I don't participate in this farce that we call American politics. It's very clear to me that we have no actual power. I think it's a charade. I do know that there are some people who are like, oh no, that's not true, and no bullshit. You show me my fucking 40 acres and a mule and maybe I would believe it. But until I get that, it's like, nah, they're all bullshit. They're all crooks. So it seems like maybe we'll have more and more people realize that, yeah, like you are ruled. Straight up. This isn't a government for the people, by the people. You are ruled. You're ruled by capital owners. We're not that much different from feudal society where we had lords and serfs. What's the difference? Let's say that, sure, your federal government, yeah, you can elect your leaders. Most of us are affected day to day by the jobs where we work. And if you look at how that's organized, that's definitely not democratic. It's definitely not a republic. You have no say. It is organized the same way that a military would be organized, top down.
Help him, allow him time to organize. You got to give him time to put the right people in place. This takes time, Matt. Matt, trust the plan. What would you say to them?
Trump had his own transition team working since the election. So they've been working since November all the way to now.
And we have been told with receipts that this man doesn't sleep. He keeps working.
And this transition team, for those that don't know, were not funded by the government. It was funded privately. So there was a private organization with zero oversight, zero transparency, that were planning on what they're going to do the moment that Trump gets into office. This is a fact. This happened. He funded it. Feel free to track check me. Okay. So
I can't disagree with that. Do y'all remember what was the first thing that happened? There were a few things that happened on the first. Yeah, some of the things, yes, I have to give credit where credit is due. Some of the things that he said that he was going to do on day one, he did those things. But there are a lot of other things that he said that would happen on day one that haven't been accomplished yet. That haven't been done yet. What's up, Cruz? I see you. Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think that's a defeatist attitude to say that's just kind of politics. But also I have a defeatist attitude too, I guess, where I just say, fuck it, they're all crooks. So I won't even participate. So maybe we're on the same sides of the coin, but I also understand that we are of the same people, you know what I mean? So maybe that's why we have the same kind of outlook on this. And yes, I agree. It does sound better to say I'll do something on day one than day 25. But okay, if you say you're going to do something by a certain day, I expect that thing to be done by a certain day. It's only reciprocity. If I tell someone, especially at work, that I am going to do something by a certain day, I should be held accountable to what I say. But who holds these politicians accountable? And now I don't think voting them out is accountability. I'm talking about real accountability, like real consequences. I'm pretty sure pretty soon, some of these politicians might start to face some real consequences when people are unable to feed themselves or provide shelters for their families. At that point, I'm pretty sure we'll see some real consequences. We've already started to see some real consequences. My boy, Luigi, he's out here dealing out some real consequences. Maybe we need to see more of it. A lot of them are scared as fuck because they do understand that they are outnumbered. And the only reason why people aren't fucking taking them out in the streets is because, well, people are not united yet. The capital class, who owns our media, who also owns our government, are very good at dividing people, putting wedges out there to make you think that somehow you are that much different from me. When in reality, it's like, well, you may find that we have a lot more in common than you think. And I think that the people I know that the people who are in these classes understand that the only way that they can maintain their power and control over you and me is if we are divided, because divided, we don't have power. But for whatever reason, people are emotional. They're fucking stupid. So you just say something and then they'll disagree over the most minor shit that doesn't really affect anything. And now capital class owners, they win because most of us, I'm going to lump myself in us, even though I don't really bicker over stupid shit. But like, let's just say most of us are too busy bickering over stupid shit. Not realizing that, well, the people who are telling you that, no, this is the problem, what they're doing is deflecting. They are the problem. But until you stop listening to them who are the problem and realizing that they are the problem, well, you're going to continue to be bull-winged. Okay, sure. You have 50 day one promises. This is where you're going to learn a little bit something. I know you're a little bit young, but who gives a fuck how many promises he said? If you're going to make a promise, you uphold your promise. You stick to your word, because at the end of the day, as a man, that's the only thing you have. I don't care if he would have said, here are 1,000,000 day one promises. I give 0 fucks about how many promises there are. Stick to what the fuck you say you're going to do. It's that simple. I'm not into this whole, oh, well, it's so, I don't care. Just straight up. If you tell me you're going to do something, do it. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. With that kind of thinking, this is how you get these low ass bullshit ass standards that we're dealing with right now. People give too many passes. No, fuck that. Do what you say you're going to do. I do it. So what makes them like better than me to where they don't have to be held accountable to the things that they say?
For 3 months, they've been playing it. They've spent a lot of money for the transition. They've spent a lot of time figuring out what their first steps are. And the first steps were not to do the list that they promised.
I'd like to say we should be surprised, but at the same time, we shouldn't be surprised.
You shouldn't
We're
be
just hoping
surprised.
for a better nation. And if I could just take one step back.
Also, one thing, a better nation. Here's one thing that I understood a long time ago. People in these positions, they are a-national. What that means is that they are not beholden to any nation. They're globalist. We've had a word for them for a long time, but it seems like people don't really understand what that means. These are people who have multiple passports, meaning that if shit goes south here, well, they can go somewhere else. And I'm not just talking about just 1 or 2. Some of these people have 3 or 4. So let's just be real. If you are in a certain point and you have global business interest, you are not beholden to a nation. That's not the thing that secures you. And it's very obvious to me, and I don't understand why it's not obvious to other people, but well, maybe I do understand. I often say it. I often say that I understand people just are fucking stupid. I get it. Maybe I just underestimated how stupid people are.
Like, that's what Matt and I care about. We care about a better America, America first, better families, better opportunities, a better positive outlook holistically from the nation, right? Stop spending money and sending it overseas. Actually, I could skip everything I just said, and I could simply summarize it with this. You made some promises on America first. You're not delivering on America first. Why? Because we still have leaks. We still have money going other places. We still have priorities that are not important to America first. Would that be a oversimplification, Matt, of saying what our argument is? You said America first. We voted America first. America first is not happening. Would that be an easy summary?
If you hired someone for your organization and you hire them to do 5 tasks, that's the priority. This is the reason that you were hired, to complete 5 specific tasks. And 1 month in, you're like, well, how are those tasks going? They're like, oh, no, we're going to get back to that. We're working on something else right now. You're like, what?
Fired.
Immediately you'd be fired.
Fired.
Because you were hired to do these 5 tasks. Once you complete them, let's talk about something else to do. We hired you specifically to do this list. Don't tell me that you're going to work on your own list before you complete the list in which you promised. I think this is common sense for anybody that's ever run a business.
Yes.
He's right. The problem is most people have not run a business. This is the way I think about it. You're supposed to do these things. I don't care if you do all these other things. Sure, whatever. Okay, you've done it. But until you do the things that you've been brought in to do, fuck all that other shit. It doesn't matter. It's not icing on the cake until you have the cake. And I'm waiting on my cake. And any other organization, like if you were hired to do something, you would be fired if you're not doing that thing. That's just how it is. I didn't write the rules. But for whatever reason, you know, this is what we're getting. You can't run the government like a business. I don't disagree with you. However, our government has been being ran like a business for the past century. So, I don't know what to tell you. In fact, who's to say that it can't be ran like a business? When's the last government that you've seen that's like the American government? Because the American government is a one of a kind. And if we would listen to you, well, there would be people who say, well, you can't run a government where the people vote for their leaders. No, the great American experiment that our forefathers created. Well, there were people who said that it could not be done. And yes, maybe those other people were right. I don't know. The jury is still out. But here we are over 400 years later. Well, technically 250. But here we are almost over 400 years later. And somehow it seems to be working out okay, although it is, you know, it has been co-opted by corporate elite. Which, for what is worse, corporations are a governmental creation. Back in the 1600s, I believe. Is it the Dutch? Didn't they invent it? Or am I wrong about that? I might be wrong about that. Correct me if I'm wrong about that.
However, we have clearly seen that the government
Dutch
is
East
just
India
one
Company.
massive grift.
I think that was the
It
first.
was supposed to be different this time around. That's my frustration. We were told that this time it would be different. That it would be different than the last term that he had. That would be different than all the other presidencies, that we would be in a place of transparency. But instead, it's gaslighting. We were told that we were going to get remove the bureaucracy, but yet it's more committees. They are finding wasteful spending, but they're cutting the programs of things they don't like and creating new programs of things they do like. We're not saving money. And now they're like, oh yeah, we're going to give back $5,000 per person. Dude, don't give me shit back. Solve the problem.
I'm going to be honest. I think that giving back $5,000, that's only impressive to people who don't pay taxes, which I don't think they would be getting it anyways. But if you paid over $1 million in taxes like I have, what the fuck is $5,000 going to do? Keep your funky $5,000. Get rid of the debt. How about that? $5,000 is nothing when you're used to paying 10, 12, 15 times that a year for the past over a decade. So like, yes, $5,000, great. Okay, sure. How does that actually help me? Because to some people, $5,000 is nothing. The hell I'm gonna do with $5,000?
Yes. So
You're just trying to buy votes. That's stupid.
We don't hear the words drain.
Pandering.
Yes, we don't hear the words drain the swamp anymore. Is this? Have we?
Are they gone?
Well, that's the two questions. Have we drained the swamp, or have we just replaced the swamp? Right.
I mean, we said that day one. It feels like we are taking out one establishment and replacing them with another. We are removing one deep state and replacing them with another. And some people say, well, at least it's our deep state. No, I'm anti all deep state.
Yeah, I'm anti any.
Yeah, that line of thinking, this us versus them, where it's like, how stupid can you be when you think that the us versus them is left and right? It's like, come on. It's never been about that. It's always been about haves and have-nots. I don't understand why I see that so clearly as someone who I don't know, maybe it's because I was born in the have-nots and I kind of transitioned, and I still see it. It's very obvious to me that the thing that really affects you is not whether you're on the left or right. It's whether you're poor or not. The poor get poorer. That's a saying that I learned when I was a child. The rich get richer, the poor get poor. Not the left get left and the right get more right. It's always the poor gets poor and the rich get rich. Yet for whatever reason, we have people far too concerned about shit that doesn't matter, that actually will not affect them. At the end of the day, if you're poor and broke, you have no power. It's that simple. And it's kind of ironic that it's taking people like these two people on screen are not poor. I am not poor. A lot of the people I'm around are not poor. Yet they are able to see it quite clearly. And I don't understand. It's like the poor outnumber the rich. You have more power than the rich so long as you are united. But I guess, I don't know, maybe that's something y'all can't do. I don't know. I don't get it. But it affects me too, because yes, for every person who has money, there are people, they have family, you know, and it's also not just about you and your family. It's about everyone else. I think that the quality of all of our lives are better if everyone is doing well, if no one has to worry. That's what I think. I think that I don't have to worry about my shit being stolen if people are gainfully employed and their needs are met and they're not having to worry or struggle. I think that when I go to a restaurant, the service is better. Like people are smiling and happy to be there if they don't have to worry. It makes all of our lives better. I don't want to live in a country where, okay, sure, I don't have to worry so much, but everyone else around me is just in a precarious situation. That doesn't seem like a great place to live. Maybe that's just me.
Somebody that's unelected making decisions on behalf of the nation.
But that's just how politics works. You can't solve it. That's how the system is. Well, I don't think that idea and that mindset is allowing them to do it, because you constantly give them a pass.
Yeah.
It's okay that Trump...
This is for you, Cruz. Just what he said. People give them a pass. Have a high standard. Don't give these people a pass. They can be held accountable. Just keep in mind that the one thing that they tell you that you should never do is the thing that they're the most afraid of. The only reason why they tell you to do things in the way that they want you to do it is because that's the only way that they win. The game is rigged. And until people start to recognize that fact, and you only play by their rules, you will never win. Just think about how all other forms of like society have changed. Let's go back to our good friends, the French. They had this thing called the French Revolution. You want to know how that happened? The guillotine, that came out extra fast. I bet you that changed some shit real fast and in a hurry. You want to know how America was founded? It wasn't through some fucking peaceful protest. It wasn't through going out and blacking out your Instagram profile. Nah, it was a little bit more than that. How did Mexico secure their freedom from Spain? I wonder. I'm just curious. I can't think of any time in history where anything of any substance was accomplished through peaceful means. Just saying. I'm not saying that y'all should go out and do shit. I'm just saying that, like, let's just be real. When shit needs to get done, it's never through peaceful means. It's never through protest.
You know, makes money off of meme coin because, you know, Nancy Pelosi makes money on insider trading. Why can't our guys make money on insider trading? Do you not realize that in all this insider trading talk that we have, none of that includes you.
You don't benefit from this, bro.
That
No, I don't think people realize that. Seriously. I really don't think people realize that. And to be quite frank, I don't benefit from it either. But it pisses me off because for whatever reason, they seem to be above the law while at the same time saying that no one is above the law. Bullshit. Here's the thing about life. The people who win don't follow the rules that you follow. You know, it's nice to say, you know, I'm a rule follower. I never do anything. I do everything the right way. Sure, whatever, bullshit, right? If you do that, you will lose. Unfortunately, in any reasonably competitive space where the stakes are high, the people who don't follow the rules are the ones who are going to come out ahead. I don't like it. You know, as someone who likes to, like, I like to think that I have morals. I mean, we all have morals, but I have principles, and like there are certain things that I just believe that no, I would rather not do that. However, just understand that there are other people who will do those things, and if you don't do those things, you will lose. It's just like with any competition. If you have a business and there are certain businesses that are able to hire workers and they don't have to pay them minimum wage and they can pay them cash and they don't have to pay payroll tax, they will necessarily outcompete you because they don't have the same cost basis as you. They can afford to undercut you in price and still come out ahead in profit because, well, their costs aren't as high as yours. That happens here and that happens internationally. Some of these things are things that we're trying to fight now, even though, like, let's be real, politicians, when I was a kid, sold us out, sending all of our manufacturing capability abroad. Or not sending, I shouldn't say that. Let's be real. They allowed it to happen. The WTO, like signing, like inviting one country into the WTO, that was the beginning of the end for us. And it's only gotten worse. Look at our education. Look how stupid people are these days. Just how uneducated people are. It makes no sense. Well, it does, but it doesn't at the same time. Anyway, we're almost at the end. I want to get through this.
you're getting screwed just the same, regardless if it's your side or the other side doing the insider trading and rugging and stealing of your money and your funds and misappropriating your tax dollars. That it doesn't actually matter whose side that is, because at the end of the day, it's still you paying for it. It's still your tax dollars. It's still your hard-earned money.
Yeah.
Like, people give people a pass, like, no, but like I voted for him, or like he represents my side, so it's okay that they do.
One thing, wait, I do have a question though. How is it the case that politicians, governors, whoever, how can they make the same amount of money I make in a year, yet they can go buy multi-million-dollar homes? There was a point where I was making well over $250,000. That's generally what I'm making a year. It's about $250,000, right? There has been no point where I'm making that amount of money and I can go buy a $9 million house. How is that possible? How do you only make $250,000, yet you can go buy a $9 million house on a mortgage? You're going to have to pay 30% generally for a jumbo loan. You know how long it's going to take to save 30%, making $250,000 where you have to pay 34% of your taxes or 34% of your income in taxes? If you live in California like this guy did, that's an additional 9% that you have to pay. And if you live in a certain city, well, you may have to pay an additional 1 and a 1.5%. So you're looking at about half of your money going out of the door to taxes. So let's say you make $250,000. After tax, you're going to take home $125,000. You got to pay, you got to live, right? You got to pay bills, like you got to do all these other things, right? So let's say that you don't have any of those other things and you're able to save all of the money that you take home after tax, which is only $125,000. How long is it going to take you to save 30% of $9.5 million, which is about $2.5–3 million? I'm just saying, like, I don't know. The math doesn't, maybe I'm not as smart as some of y'all, but the math just doesn't work in my mind. I'm not about to get out a calculator, but I don't see how you can do that. I don't see how you can afford the mortgage with the interest, with the insurance. Just saying, I know what $250,000 on a monthly basis looks like for my tax situation here in Texas. And I know it's worse in California. I could never afford that type of a home on that salary.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
At all, actually.
There's a syndrome for that.
Thanks for watching the clip. If you want to see
All
the
right,
full episode,
that's the first one. All right, we got another one. This is going to be from Nate the Lawyer. He's another guy I like to follow. Okay, I like this one. Yeah, go check that video out. The Matt Kim podcast. It's really great.
So today we are in the city of Chicago, where Mayor Brandon Johnson has made it very clear he is pro-migrant.
We know the strength of a city is determined by how we treat the most vulnerable. And so we choose to be a strong city. We must reject a zero-sum formulation between investing in those who have been here for decades and supporting those who have been sit here on a bus even this morning. We can do both, Chicago.
I don't know what kind of logic this man is using, but in the world where I live in, where things have costs, oftentimes you cannot do both, because unless you have infinite money, which I don't think anyone does, you can't do both. You have to pick and choose. Budgeting. I do it because I can't do both. I can't both go travel the world first class, staying at 5-star hotels, and still live, like, have a normal life here. I just can't do that. I had to pick and choose because I have limited resources like everyone else on earth. So this mindset of like, okay, yeah, we can do both. It's like, no, homie. The people who voted you into office are citizens of your county, of your city. They pay taxes so that those taxes can be used to provide services to them. It's not so that you can take in these people who haven't contributed a dime to your city so you could take care of them. I'm not from Chicago. As far as I know, I don't have any family in Chicago. When the last time I went to Chicago, I said I would never go back because I hate Chicago. So it's not like I don't understand what he's doing. I feel really bad for the citizens of Chicago. Their quality of life is being diminished because people like him are saying, I'm going to take the money that you paid. And let's be real, the people who pay taxes, a lot of people who are paying taxes are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't really spare extra dollars. They still have to live too. And I can only imagine how it must feel to have to pay taxes to your city, your state, the federal government, and then you're struggling to make ends meet. And then you see the money that is basically being stolen from you, just being given to other people who haven't contributed shit to our country or to their city or to their county. But I don't know. It's hard for me to fathom, because it's just like, well, if you put up with it, maybe it's fine, but I don't know. I don't think so. I'm starting to realize that a lot of people are just unwilling to speak up, or maybe they don't have the means, or they are unable to do it. But hell, that's not me. I'm fine with speaking out about it. I hate it. And I think people like him need to go. More than just go, they need to be held accountable in a real way. Actual consequences.
And we can all thrive together.
Well, Ben and Lourdes, as you know, mayors past and present have referred to Chicago as a sanctuary city for immigrants. But today, amendments to the city's Welcoming City Ordinance, taking legal protections a step further, instituting policies to protect the due process rights of Chicago's immigrants.
Now, if you've been following this channel, you know that...
Wait. Why do they have rights? Why do felons, criminals have rights, especially when they're not citizens? It's different. Like, yeah, sure, I understand. you know, our citizens commit crimes, but we got to deal with that. They're for shit. They're American citizens. Fine. I don't want to deal with the way we deal with it, but it's like, sure, okay, we got to deal with it. They're our citizens. But why do we need to deal with it from other people's citizens? That don't make sense to me. What do you mean due process? The money is not being stolen from us. We pay for our society. I don't know. It's being stolen from me. Maybe we're not in us. I don't know how much of money you get taken out of your shit, but I get a lot taken out of my shit. I'm not paying anything. As far as I know, when I get a paycheck, I see what I actually make, and then other shit's just been taken out. I didn't pay it. The only thing I pay is after the fact. Oh, you really think that your money is going to pay for roads? You silly goose. Our roads were built in the 50s. Most of them haven't been maintained since. Most of the roads that I have in my state are not even free to use. I had to pay a toll to ride on the roads here. No, I pay for my trash to get picked up. You want to know how much I pay? I pay $50 a month for it. It's not free. Maybe where you live is free. I'm glad for you. But here where I live, it's not free. I had to pay for that. Just like I had to pay to use the roads. You know how much a toll costs here? Go to Austin. I don't live in Austin, but go to Austin and try to ride on a freeway for free. We call everything freeways, but I guess maybe you would call it a highway, maybe. I call it freeway because that's just, I don't know, it's just what we call them. But like try to ride and go anywhere for free on one of the roads. See how that goes. Plus you do pay taxes to that. That comes out of your fuel taxes, your gas tax. So yeah, you're saying it's not free. And again, I'm paying for it too, but that's coming out of, I pay $50. That's how much it costs. I actually know how much it costs. That should tell you that I know it's not a tax. It's $50 a month. 50. It didn't used to be 50. It used to be 15. Just saying. I keep track of that. For whatever reason, it's now $50. I don't have more trash. It's the same amount, but you know, I guess it costs even more money, I suppose. Perhaps you should do some accounting and figure out how much of your money is actually taxed. And you will realize that, okay, yeah, sure. You're saying, oh, well, where do your roads come from? How much does it cost to build roads, and how much of your taxes are going to roads versus how much of your taxes are going to go build bombs? Have you ever considered that? Do you know that 2/3 of all your taxes are going to go build bombs to maintain our military? Are you saying that our military is the reason why I can drive on my street here? Have you driven on my street to see all the potholes that are in my street? So you mean all of the taxes, the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I pay in taxes a year? Are you telling me that that's the reason why I had to drive on fucking streets with potholes? Get out of here, man.
Texas governor started sending migrants who crossed the border illegally to Chicago because they were a welcoming city.
Local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington,
Texas
D.C.
is sending these buses. I'm a Texan. Somebody's got to pay these bus drivers. Buses, as far as the last time I checked, they have to run on energy, whether it's electric, whether it's gas. That costs money. As far as I know, buses have maintenance. Somebody has to maintain these buses. How much is that costing? Who pays for that? Texas gets its money from the citizens from property taxes and sells tax depending on what county you're in. So that means that regular old everyday people who work and make their money from earned income, those are the people who are paying it. Now, if you're someone who makes most of your money from real estate, you know, you own properties, or you have a bunch of money in the stock market, well, you're not paying for that. It's the people who work in Texas who get a paycheck every 2 weeks. Those are the ones who are paying for that. Well, I guess if you own property too, but like I happen to know some really cool loopholes. We call them tax shelters, where if you get some property, well, it's kind of a tax shelter because you get depreciation on a 27.5-year timeline. So yeah, you get to say, all right, well, I'm going to take 80% of this value of the property and I'm going to divide it by 27.5. and I'm going to take that as depreciation. So now I have a nice little tax shelter so I can avoid paying federal tax now. So at the end of the day, it works out if you have a lot of money. But I mean, let's just be real. How many people have a lot of money? Most of the people I know don't have a lot of money. Like, just most people in general are fairly poor. And it's the fairly poor people who are being squeezed, and their quality of life is going down to an insane amount so that these types of things can happen. Now, I do understand that the governor isn't the reason why we have all these people trying to get into our country and crossing over the Texas state border. I understand it's not his fault. However, the policies and the decisions of people within our country federally are causing our state to use funds that could be used to provide services to the citizens of Texas, people like me, I'm a Texan. Instead, it's going to send people to other states on buses. The amount of money that they've spent on this is insane. It's not in the billions. I'm not going to be, let's be real. It's in the tens of millions, though. That's a lot of money to most people. That's a lot of money. Tens of millions that could have been spent on us here in Texas to do things that are beneficial to us. But now we have to spend it now to bus migrants to other places. And I know we don't have to bus migrants to other places. I get that. But that's what he's doing with public money. So now it's just like, okay, well, that doesn't help us in any meaningful way, as far as I know. America is the reason we're in this situation. So in reality, we are responsible for them. History of destabilizing this country got us here. When you say us, I'm going to just say that's a you, bro. Like, let's be real. Unless you are the one who is in office making these policy decisions, it's not you. You must still be under this dream state where you think that you have power in this country, that your voice actually matters. I hate to break it to you. Unless you're rich, your voice is worthless. Your voice is valuable as the amount of money you have in your bank account. And unless that's 7 or 8 figures, well, it's not that valuable. Now, I'm just saying in general, right? I'm not saying that's to me, right? Like, I am someone who believes that, yeah, it doesn't matter how much money you have in your bank account. Everyone's voice is still valid. I'm one of those people that still believes that to some extent. Sometimes I flip back and forth where I'm just like, but for right now, I'm in that mindset where it's like, it don't matter how much money you have, your voice matters. But let's be real. Or maybe you don't know this. I don't know how many people I'm in a different social class than you may think. You may be surprised to know that rich people don't like you if you're poor. Believe it or not. That's a little fun fact. When you find out that rich people despise poor people, they resent poor people, they do everything so that they don't have to be around poor people. Just think about it. How many times have you really seen someone who's really wealthy around you? I don't know. And sometimes I have to fight it within myself where I'm just like, I can't think that way, because if I think that way, I become one of them. And I actually hate them. I don't want to be someone like that. So it's like sometimes I have to check myself and I'm like, okay, all right. I still got to be around people. Like, however, I mean, for every person like me, there are about 10 others who are just like, man, fuck that. Like, well, I don't need to be around them. Why would I be around them? They tolerate you because at the end of the day, that's how they get their money, their power, is by extracting it from you. And it kind of disgusts me because my ancestors were poor. And to know that there are so many people who are just stupidly rich off of the backs of my ancestors, that makes me feel a certain kind of way. You're about bringing people together. Well, you can help. Let's try to get some people united, because at the end of the day, that's the only reason why poor people don't have power, is because it's people who are richer. They have a lot more time on their hands to scheme and strategize on ways to divide poor people. And I don't know when you came into here, but when I first started, that was one of the first things that I said, is that the reason why poor people are where they are is because they have been divided. It's a wedge. There are far fewer rich people on earth than there are poor people. And the only way that rich people can maintain control and power over you is if they divide you so that you have no power. It's the only way. It works very well. I also said that there is no true left-right divide. That's all bullshit. It's rich versus poor. The rich get richer, the poor gets poorer. It's that simple. But for whatever reason, it seems that a lot of people seem to think that, nah, it's some other thing. And I'm like, okay. There are people who think that, no, it's racism. It's like, okay. I haven't noticed that, but sure. Okay. I haven't noticed it. I'm being honest. Some people are like, oh, it's like xenophobia. It's like, okay. As far as I know, once you get to a certain part of society, you realize that it's global and like the world is smaller than you can imagine. Everyone seems to know each other. So I'm like, I'm sure it might be that for some people. I haven't noticed that. Honestly, I can't even say this. I can't say F Russia. Here's why. Well, I know y'all, some of y'all are new here. I understand that. So I've been around the world a few times. I've been to over 50 countries. And one thing that I realized going to all of these different countries is that all of the people have so much in common with me and my family and my friends. So much so that I realized that we're all kind of the same. We're all kind of in the same situation. We all want a better life for ourselves and our family and those around us. We all basically just want to live a peaceful and fulfilling life at the end of the day. I like to draw the line where it's like, you know, there's Russia, the state, and then there's Russia, Russian people. Russian people are not their state, just like here in America. American people are not the state. Just like here where your government does things and they do things that you don't support and you may not have a say in how things happen, it's even more the case in other countries. So you got to understand that, like, you can't just say, all right, well, F them, because as soon as you do that, you are literally falling into that same trap of stupidity that I just said, which is it's a wedge. Somehow you have it in your mind that you are somehow different from these Russians. What makes you different? You don't have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth, hair. Like, you don't have these things? Are you not a human? I'm curious, when you shit, is your shit purple and not brown like mine? I'm just curious. Like, what makes you think that you're different? Do you piss blue? Well, yeah, I mean, yes, Elijah, and you're seeing that now. Bridging the divide is the biggest struggle. There it is, straight up. That's actually it. They are so ignorant thinking they are half the country with acres and acres of empty land in their states. Who are we talking about here? Who are they? Are you saying that they are Russians are ignorant? Okay, let's accept your premise that Russians are ignorant. Okay, so are Americans. So are Chinese. So are a lot of people. Is it their fault? Let's be honest. In a lot of countries, the state is in control over education. So the state has a lot of say in what people learn or don't learn, or who receives a real education and who doesn't receive a real education. I can't put the blame on the people's feet, mainly because I have a little bit too much sense to realize it's like, well, most people don't have a choice. No, can I say that, can I blame my ancestors for not knowing how certain things worked because they weren't educated? I don't think I can. Maybe you would, but I wouldn't. I don't think that's the right way of going about things. Well, yeah, I would. Okay, so sure, we can say F their government, sure, but like, what does that solve? Like, what does that do? No, what does that do? Just like if I'm like F America, and I'm not going to say that, but like, let's say that I did do that. Okay, like, what does that accomplish? But sure, I understand the sentiment though. You know, so long as we're clear, the state and the people are not the same. So I don't like to say F a whole country because it's like, well, I've been to some countries that I was told were terrorists. And you want to know what? They treated me as if I were their family. With respect, I was safe. They took care of me. And I'm just like, oh, this is the exact opposite of what I was led to believe by the media here. When I was in Africa, yes, I know there's a lot of corruption, and you know, there is. But as far as I'm concerned, they treated me as if I were family, even though they know that I'm not African. I stand out very well in Africa. In most of the countries I went to, I don't look like any of them. Yet that didn't stop. They didn't treat me badly. They didn't do any of these types of things. When I was in South America, I don't look like them. I don't even speak their languages. Multiple countries, right? There are several countries in South America. They treated me as a human. That's one thing that's like, I don't know, maybe you've been around, I don't know where you've been around to, but I've been around to too many people, places, and people treated me as a human. In fact, I got treated better outside the country than here, which is kind of ironic because, you know, all things considered. Russians kill Christians and no one is telling, who is MAGA? Like, who is MAGA about that? Are you saying that America doesn't kill Christians? Are you saying that Europeans, I'm just saying Europeans because I don't feel like listing all of the countries in Europe. Are you saying that they don't kill Christians? Are you saying that Africans don't kill Christians? Are you saying that Asians don't kill Christians or Latin Americans don't kill Christians? I'm just saying, it's like, if we're going to say one group kills Christians, we have to accept that that's every group. Humans kill Christians. So, okay, so what makes it significant that is Russians? Because that's the part where you're losing me. It's like, okay, well, a lot of people kill Christians. That's nothing new. Lots of people kill Jews. That's nothing new. Lots of people kill Muslims. That's nothing new. Lots of people kill Buddhists. That's nothing new. Lots of people kill people. That's what I look at. That's nothing new. So I'm just curious, like, what are you trying to get me to see that I'm not seeing? Russia approves of Putin. Look up his approval ratings. Okay. You seem to think that Russia has freedom of speech and that things aren't rigged, just like in a lot of other places. So I'd imagine that you think that if President Xi has high approval ratings, that means that the people of China approve of President Xi. Is that kind of what I'm getting? That's what it sounds like. It's kind of what it sounds like. They know he poisons their own people and they abide by it. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm curious, what do you do here? Are you American? Are you out in the street doing anything? Or are you just accepting it? You just being fucked up the ass like every other American and just tolerating it? I'm just curious. Because as far as I know, most people, as I just said, they just want to live a peaceful life and go along and just be fulfilled and not have to worry about shit. That's as far as I understand. So by your logic, the same thing is happening here in America. Even with religions, there are tribal ideologies counter to one another. Yes, there are. That's the thing. It's just like, I don't think this person is either they're young or they're just stupid, or maybe they're both. I'm talking about this person right here. I hate to say it, but it's like you sound a little naive. Or you're just assuming that everybody's going to be a revolutionary and they're going to go and get themselves killed over their ideology. You have to be retarded to think that way. A lot of people have families. Maybe you don't have a family, but a lot of people have families. And I think that it's more important that you remain to be around for your family than it is to go and potentially get yourself killed over some ideas. That's just me being real. Just like, sure, I would love to be Mr. Revolutionary and be like, oh yeah, we should all go out into the streets and march and like just death to whoever. Like, I would love to say that, but let's be real. That's a terrible country to live in. That would be terrible for your family. If you have people who love you, which I hope you do, maybe you don't. But if you have people who love you, I would imagine that they wouldn't want you to do that. I would imagine that if you knew that you lived in a country where if you did these things and you understand that the government will not only bury you, but also go after your family after you're gone, I would imagine that you would think a little bit long, you'll think a little bit deeper about that and say, you know what, maybe it's not in my best interest nor my family's best interest for me to go out and do these types of things. That's kind of what I think. Yes, you're right. I can say that from a wealthy. Okay, so what? Sure. I clearly haven't read much of what MAGA's. Who is MAGA? You keep saying MAGA. Who is MAGA? You seem to think that I know what the hell MAGA is. Is that a person? Because, you know, like, is MAGA a person that can say things? I'm just curious. As far as I know, it's an acronym. So I'm gonna expand that acronym. You clearly haven't read much of what Make America Great Again says on their outlets. Make America Great Again. That's not a person. Can't say anything. Well, maybe. The only person that seems to be talking about that type of stuff right now is you, maybe. I haven't seen that yet. But sure, you know, maybe, you know, on the news, maybe they are talking about that. I haven't noticed it. So I'm sorry for not noticing it. When you're not privileged and your life is on the line, you'll put everything on the line. Well, yeah, I think we're privileged in this country, though. I don't know if you're in our country. I don't know where you are, Elijah. But if you're in America, wait, hold on. Yeah, if you're here in America, you are privileged. Let's just be real. I assume that, you know, you maybe are either a first gen, second gen, or maybe you came here recently. But like, let's be real. And even I understand that. Like, I can talk all the shit about America. Just keep in mind that me being able to talk shit about my country is a privilege. You can't go to certain other countries and talk shit about the state. Just FYI. And I know you know this. Like, we have a lot of privileges here in our country, and I get that. So it's like, yeah, we are in a privileged position. So maybe that's why people aren't willing to put life on the line, is because it is a privilege to have freedom, or I mean, at least some level of freedom. We have more freedom than some other places in certain ways, not in every way. Like I know that when I lived abroad, one of the things that was very interesting to me is that I had more freedom in certain ways than I have here in America. And I was taken aback by that. I'm just like, wait a minute. Like, wait, I come from the home of the free, but I can't do this stuff here. Oh, it was odd. But no, going around to all these places, it was eye-opening. It's like, oh, okay. I don't have to worry about water not being there. I didn't have to. I remember when I went to Equatorial Guinea. I was there for a few weeks. One of the things that was striking, a lot of things, but one of the biggest things that was striking is that a lot of the houses were unfinished. They didn't have roofs. They didn't have electricity. They didn't have water. That was something to see as someone who was only 20. No, I'm sorry. I was 21. My bad. I was 21 when I went there. Or even just basic things that you wouldn't even think about. I stayed on a compound, which, you know, now that I think about it now, I'm like, wow, that's odd. I stayed on a compound, like guarded, you know, on like, it's literally like green golf course, like beautiful. But to get there, holy crap. I saw levels of poverty I thought were fake. You know how, maybe you don't know, when I was growing up, late at night, they would have those commercials talking about donating money to, you know, the poor, starving African children and all that kind of stuff. As I got older, I was just like, man, that's BS. That stuff not really there. Yeah, nah. When I saw it in person, I was just like, wow. Unfortunately, I don't have many pictures because it's illegal to take pictures. And I wasn't willing to try. You know, I'm like, I know we got some activists here who would do it, but I wasn't willing to do it. They're like, oh, you can't take pictures here. You could be punished by. I'm like, nah, I'm good. So I did sneak a couple of pictures. I did share some. I'm not going to share them publicly, but I did share some with some folks who I know personally. And I was just like, it was something. And no, I'm standing on this compound, and even though I'm on this compound, I get my own villa, I get my own golf cart to go around, like, to travel to the canteen, to like one of the office buildings, back and forth to the helipad, all that kind of stuff. One thing that sticks out to me, and this may not seem like that big of a deal, but it sticks out to me. I had to sleep with a mosquito net. And every day I had to take malaria pills. I remember before I went, I had to get like 13 different new vaccines or boosters of vaccines for things that I thought were eradicated, like polio, for instance. Polio is still in Equatorial Guinea. Can you believe that? I remember having to, well, I guess tetanus is a normal shot. Maybe, I don't know. But like, I remember having to get tetanus shot, yellow fever. Well, yellow fever is when I went to Asia. No, that's a lie. I also had to get yellow fever when I went there too. There was a bunch of other things I had to get. And one of the things that I was told is that all of these things are there. So you have to get these things, and you have to take these things if you're going to be there for any length of time. And and on top of that, yes, you have to sleep with your mosquito net, even in your nice little fancy villa. You have to do it. Oh, and by the way, when you're not in your mosquito net, you have to put mosquito repellent on. Whether you think you need to or not, you have to do it. That's privilege to live in a country like here where I don't even have to think about these things. These are things I never thought about. Like, who the hell gets yellow fever here in America? Who's worried about getting polio here? Who's worried about malaria? Nobody. Or dengue? Nobody. All right, hold on. I gotta go back up. It's a lot of stuff out here. Let me see. Let's see here. When you're not privileged, you're complacent like Snoop Dogg, sell out. Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with selling out. My life is fine. Also, many people have nothing to lose. Think of the population of people with no family who, once again, nothing to lose. I mean, yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people who may not have anything to lose. But here's where I disagree. I don't think that's the majority of people. I think that's a small minority of people who have nothing to lose. And unfortunately, as we were just talking about, if you keep dividing people, you lose power. So yes, a minority of people have nothing to lose, but how much power do they have? Little to none. Never stipulated that MAGA was a person. You're resorting to logical fallacies by arguing points. Okay, all right, sure. I am America. I have privilege, definitely, but as a transgender person, my rights has been the first that has been slashed. Well, your rights haven't been slashed. You have the same rights as everyone else. You have the same rights as me. If you don't believe that, I don't know what to tell you, but you have the same rights as me. So if you think that you have less rights, well, I can't think of anything that you can't do now that you couldn't do a year or 5 years ago, 7 years ago, even 8 years ago. There's not much that you can't do. So I don't know. You have to be very specific about what rights, because we have inalienable rights, and I can't think of any that has been taken from you. They are legit taking our documents to travel. Here's one thing that I didn't realize. You don't have the right to travel. I didn't really put two and two together until a little bit later in my life. But we don't have the right to travel. It's a privilege. And here's how I know it's a privilege. Get a felony and see what happens. You can't get a passport to leave the country. Or have a child and then get sued for child support and then decide not to pay for child support. You're not allowed to leave the country. What that tells me is that leaving the country is a privilege, not a right. The fact that you have to go and apply for a passport, and that's the key word. You have to apply for a passport. That tells me that it's not a right, it's a privilege. Just like with a driver's license, you apply for a driver's license and it can be suspended or revoked. That tells me that driving, even though I would love to sit here and say it's a right, it's not, it's a privilege. I think it's important not to conflate the two. We have a lot of privileges here. We have a lot of rights too, but like, freedom of travel. And when you say travel, I'm assuming you mean by like internationally. That's unfortunately just a privilege. And I'm saying that as someone who, I wish that it was a right, but you got to keep in mind that if you're going to another country, what gives you a right to enter their country? None. So it's a privilege, unfortunately, which, I didn't make the rule. That's just how it is, I suppose. Thank you, Shin. YouTube threw in my suggested. What do we do to get into here? What we do, we get. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. My bad. Give me a second, bro. YouTube threw you in my suggested. What do we get into here? Normally, I don't know, bro. It's in the past, I used to do live streams of me building software. I'm a software engineer, by the way, just so far. I would build my software. Sometimes I edit videos. No one watches my videos, but I like to stream myself editing, just like whatever. Sometimes people come in and they'll talk about stuff. They'll bring up stuff and I'll just chat. These after hours is mostly just me talking shit, just real talk. What I noticed is that people didn't tune in to my development blogs. My development streams where I'm building stuff. And for whatever reason, people tend to really engage with these live streams where I'm talking about this kind of stuff. I don't know if you've noticed there's a lot of activity here right now. If I were over here coding, no one would be saying shit. It would just be me watching myself. So yeah, I do it because that's what, I don't know, it seems like that's what people are interested in for whatever reason. My preference would be that people would be more interested in the things I'm interested in. Like I'm really interested in computer science and linear algebra and machine learning and artificial intelligence, photography, videography, cooking. I mean, I used to race, like a car, used to like that type of stuff. I'm into all that kind of stuff, tech shit, just regular nerd shit. That's actually what I'm into. But for whatever reason, YouTube rewards this kind of crap, even though, in my opinion, it's not that productive. But hey, if it's bringing y'all here and it's hopefully we can have a conversation and I don't know, maybe y'all learn something, not just from me, but like the other way around. I learn stuff from y'all and y'all could learn stuff from one another. I mean, that's still worth something, right? It doesn't have to be all about me. That's one thing I'm finding out about streaming is, sure, I would rather be out here coding, but if y'all are here and y'all are having conversation with me, maybe that's more important, because at the end of the day, life is really about what we're doing here. Like hearing what y'all have to say, me hearing what y'all have to say, us coming to some type of shared understanding. So yeah, I'm here for it. Hopefully that gives you a great answer. My trip to India opened my eyes as well. Wealth disparity is striking. Yes, that is one thing that, holy crap. I grew up relatively in the lower class. And, I used to think that I was maybe here by American standards, yes, sure. Maybe I'm poor, power, sure, whatever. It wasn't until I went to some other countries where I realized, I was like, oh, I thought me and my mom and my brother, I thought we were not well off. And then I go to these other places and I realize how fortunate I really was. I don't know if my mom is here. She is here. Well, I now understand. It's like just being born here in America is a privilege in and of itself. With all of the issues that we have, I would rather deal with these issues, because at the end of the day, let's be real, right? Like life, you are going to have to go through shit. You're going to have to deal with issues regardless of who you are, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're American or whether you're Russian, for one of the guys who was talking about F Russia. Like no matter where you are, you're going to have to deal with stuff. Life is hard. So knowing that you're going to have to deal with stuff, being born in certain places means that, yeah, you're going to have a certain set of problems. I would rather have American first world problems than to have some of the other problems that I saw. Just being real. Right? And if that makes me a sellout, I'm happy to be a sellout. I have been more places than most of the people who would call me a sellout. So knowing just wisdom at this point where it's like, okay, I've seen enough to realize, okay, all right, yeah, America has some issues, but I'd rather deal with these issues. Like real talk. I'd rather deal with these issues. A lot of us are on your side, Elijah. Not everyone's complacent enough to be quiet and not be vocal. It's interesting that you say that while you're watching the guy who's live streaming right now. And if you look at my little backlog, you'll see that I have over 500 live streams. Now, if I go and click on your channel, I wonder how much we see from you. How many videos do you post in a year, sir? Just out of curiosity. How many conferences do you speak at? Because the way you're talking, it's making me feel like you've spoken at more conferences than me. That's what it's sounding like. It sounds like you think that you've spoken in more conferences in more countries than I have. That's what it almost sounds like to me. It almost sounds like you've maybe written and published more articles on the internet than I have. That's kind of what I'm getting the impression of right now. But I don't know. You got to tell me. I don't know who you are. You know a little bit more about me. At least you know what I look like. I don't even know what you look like. I just see purple X. You know, so I don't think you look like a purple X. I think you look like an actual human. So you gotta enlighten me, bro. And I'm talking about Sheen talks to Vortex X. We got this. Raising our voices comes with sacrifice, but it's a sacrifice you have to make. I don't think that. I don't think you have to make that sacrifice. Well, when I say you, I mean there's more than you watching. You, like, who said it? It's a lot of other people. I don't think that everyone has to make that sacrifice. I think that is up to whoever wants to make it. So if you feel the need to sacrifice your life, who am I to say? Pursuit of happiness, bro. That's all I can say. Like, if you want to sacrifice your life, go for it. I just hope that is not in vain. I think you can get a lot more accomplished alive here on earth than dead in the ground. That's just what I think. I may be wrong. You may disagree with it, but you know, that's the beauty of life. And that's the beauty of being American, is that you get to choose your path. And I'm not here to get in your way. So if you think that you need to go and sacrifice yourself, well, I don't think you should, but if you want, who am I to stop you? You can't renew your passport. Why can't you renew your passport? And why can't you travel? What do you mean you can't travel? So you get that privilege, and I don't. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Just like I get the privilege of not being in prison, and some of my family members don't. I get that. You know, I get the privilege of being here in America, and some of my extended family, and I assume extended family because, you know, we're all descended from the same, like we all share common ancestry when you go far enough up the chain. So I would imagine that, yeah, like I have privileges that other people who I may be related to don't, but you know, that's not my fault, right? You know, I was born, I didn't ask to be here, and I didn't ask to be born in America. I didn't ask to be born in the 80s. And I recognize that makes me lucky, you know, to be born at a certain time instead of 100 years ago or 200 years ago. I understand that. That's not lost on me. My ancestors were unfortunate. They were born before we were not slaves. So they were slaves. That's something that, you know, that's not my fault. And sure, you could tell me, oh, I should feel bad about it. But like, if anything, I just feel grateful. I don't feel bad. It's like, okay, like, I assume that I am what they dreamed for their progeny. It's that someday they would have people who descended from them who were born free. And as far as I know, I am the first person in my family tree, along my direct family tree, who was born with rights. I'm not that far from it. My mom was born before the Civil Rights Act. So she wasn't born with all of the rights that I was born with. Now, I understand that, and I am grateful for that. And I know that makes me lucky. But I mean, is it my fault that I was born at the time that I was born, and she was born at the time that she was born, and my grandparents? Like, it's not my fault. Like, you know, we all end up here. You know, it's not your fault you were born in America. You can't claim it, you know, but you can recognize that it's still a privilege. You over here complaining about not being able to travel. Sure, I accept that that's a big deal. But it's a worse deal that if you were born somewhere else, you wouldn't be allowed to live. Keep that in mind. Like, you may not know this, but like, there are not many places on earth you can go and be accepted. And here in this country, you can be accepted. You can have a conversation with someone like me, and it's like, I don't feel any kind of way about it or about you. It's just like, to me, you're another human. You're an American. right? So it's like you could have been born somewhere else where the people would not be as accepting and would not be willing to talk to you in the same way that I'm willing to talk to you. We endorse losing our right. We have to endure losing our rights. Well, I mean, that's life, bro. You have to endure a lot of shit. Just like my ancestors had to endure being slaves. Like, what are you saying? Like, I'm sorry, you're not going to convince me that your life is somehow harder than my ancestors. So it's just like, until I get what you're saying, you think your life is hard, but it's like, I'm looking at relative terms where I'm like, okay, you know, if things are on a spectrum, some things are worse than others. And I'm going to say, and you don't have to agree with it. That's fine. We don't have to agree. No, I'll be all right if you don't agree with me. I'm going to say that a slave is a little bit worse, or a lot worse than what you're talking about. You know, people being bound in ships in the bottom of the ship, tied with chains, heavy ass chains tied behind their backs, going across the Atlantics for weeks. I'm going to say that that's a little bit worse of a situation than what you're talking about. I'm not saying that your situation isn't bad. I'm just saying that for me, I'm looking at it as a spectrum. Like, yes, yeah, it's bad, but there are things that are worse, you know? And even within slavery, there are probably things that are worse than that, you know? Everything has, you know, things that are worse or better relatively. I'm sorry if you don't think that, if I don't think in black and white terms, like, you know, I'm far too nuanced to do that. I'm a little bit above average in that area. I'm not about to just say, okay, yeah, like, oh, this is just everything absolute worse. Nah, I can't do that. I had to look at everything relatively, you know, and I also had to recognize the fact that things could be worse for you. You know, you're here in America, so you're still better off than if you were in some other places. And that doesn't mean that you wouldn't be better off in some other places. It just means that there are far more places where you'd be worse off. This moral high ground ego isn't realistic in the real world, dude. Well, I must be living in the fake world. How about that? I don't have to live in your world, do I? Sorry if you think I do. I live in my world. I find it funny how many Americans are so naive and ignorant and think we are free and well off when 7 to 10 Americans don't have 500 bank. Yeah. Well, I'm curious. Can you name any other country where people have, like, $500 is a lot? Let's be real. Like, I know that it doesn't seem like a lot and all that kind of stuff, but I was having a conversation with my buddy earlier today. We were talking about cameras. I have a video about cameras that I'm going to be editing soon. And I was talking about how certain lenses and certain camera systems are not things that I want to take to every single country. And I was saying how I am very cognizant of the fact that I could take one of my cameras somewhere and that camera is more than the average person will make in a year. That's not lost on me. And I'm saying, like, you gotta recognize that fact that, like, what you think is a small amount of money is everything to someone else. And I understand this because what you all don't know about this is that I've been homeless in my life. I'm not homeless now, but I've been homeless. And yeah, there was a point in time where a certain amount of money would have been everything to me. But what I also learned is that, you know, during my travels, I also learned that, wow, like, the amount of money that I thought was a small amount is everything to someone else. It's all relative. Like, that's the fun thing about life is you gotta recognize you live on a planet with other people, and other people might be in far worse situations than you. And that's one thing that, I mean, you know, we all start off young, right? No, I thought the way I thought when I was in my teenage years and then in my early 20s. And then I started to travel a little bit. And then I started to travel a lot in my mid 20s and late 20s and my early 30s. And the first thing that I started to recognize is that, wow, like, I really did have a lot of advantages just by being born in America. Even being poor here in America, I am far better off than being poor in a place like, what's a place in Nairobi. being poor in Nairobi is different than being poor in Houston. Being poor in America is different than being poor in other countries. Stuff that like, I honestly, even to this day, I take it for granted. I can flip on a light switch and the lights will turn on. I know the lights will turn on. And if I keep the lights on, the lights will stay on. There are other countries, for instance, Nigeria, that doesn't happen. You have brownouts and blackouts 30 to 45 times a day. I remember when I was in the hotel going in the elevator, I was going up to my floor, and while I was going up, the lights just went out and the elevator stopped, and I was just like, what the hell? Like, it was my first time there for like 5 or 6 minutes, and then it came back on. And then I went down I used the stairs. This is why I don't take elevators when I'm in Nigeria, by the way. I went back down the stairs. I was like, hey, like, what's going on? And they looked at me as if I was crazy. They're like, what are you talking? Like, the lights went out. I was like, what? I'm like, yeah, the lights went out. Well, after spending a little bit more time of my life in that country, and I've gone there multiple times since then, that's a normal day of life for them. Like, the lights, that just happens. You know, like, this is something that even to this day, it's like, it's baffling to me, but it's like, when I'm there, I understand it. But that's something that I realized, man, like, I take that for granted. I never thought that lights wouldn't just stay on. Like, that's not something that's normal here, at least in Houston. I don't know about where y'all live, but here in Houston, it's not normal for lights to just go off. And that's everywhere, not just in hotels, like literally everywhere. In the hospital. I remember I thought I was gonna die. I think I got malaria when I was in Lagos once. Oh man, that was bad. I literally thought I was gonna die. That was the thing that was running on my mind. I was just like, if I die here, like, how will my body get back home? That was running through my mind like that. That was bad. Anyway, let's see here. A nice saying, I have a comp sci. Oh, dude, that's what's up. When did you get your degree? How long you been doing there? You been in the industry for a bit? Let's see here. I hustle harder than you. As a veteran and a child of immigrants I find ironic. When Iraq and Afghanistan kicked off, we were recruiting in the hoods for minorities and immigrants because no one wanted to serve. I thought a lot of folks, at least after September 11, I thought a lot of folks just decided that they wanted to go over there for some reason. What I found out through some people who went there and then they're there, they realized that it was all BS. Like, it was our elite here in our country, the people who lead us, our rulers, that's what I'm gonna call them. Our rulers fabricated that shit up, made it up, and the soldiers who are now veterans now, they realized that it was all a scam. And they come back here, they come back home, and they don't get the support that they deserve. And I'm not saying that they deserve it because they fought the war, but like, they did it for their state, and the state didn't take care of them. And that's sad. That's heartbreaking. And that goes to show that, man, like, our state doesn't truly care about us. That being said, well, can you name a state where they actually care about the people? I can't. I think that it's always been this way. You have rulers and you have the ruled. And at what point have the rulers ever really cared about the lives of the ruled? Maybe you can name a civilization. I can't. Let's see here. I have committed no crime. The first two are crimes. Wait, the first two are crimes? You commit a crime, you lose movement. Getting the passport is at least reasonable because it's mode of identification that serves a purpose. Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, you can also get an ID. Right? So, yeah. But I don't know what you want me to say, bro. Like, at the end of the day, being able to travel and a passport is one of those things. The international, that's what I mean by travel. I don't mean domestically. It's a privilege. And that's whether I want it to be or not. Like, you can sit here and be mad at me for saying it, but am I lying? If it can be taken away, then is it really a right? And if it is a right, you would have to show me where in our Bill of Rights does it say that that's a right. there's a story circulating in which trans woman wasn't able to fly, and when they said it was fine to be marked off as male, they still rejected it. Well, I don't know. Sure, I'm not following that story. And why would I do that research? How does that serve me? You seem to assume that I'm going to do something that's not going to serve most people. That's a very small percentage of people. I'm more concerned about the majority because, as I just said, I'm worried about power, power. We get power in numbers. I'm not about to go and target 0.5% of the population and say, okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna get power with 0.5%. No. There are more people in other places. There are more Hispanics. There are more Black folks. There are more people from Africa. There's more Asians. There are more people from India. There are more people who are white. These are the people. It's like, I'd rather target the 98, 99% of people and versus talking about, let me go look into that. It's like, I'm good. However, that being said, what I am not saying is that you shouldn't go do those things. I don't want to stop you from doing that. You should go do that. Yeah, you're right. I am uneducated. I know you. Oh, okay. Yeah, you went to college. Well, I went to college too. I went to a few schools. Some of them you've heard of. You might find out that I might be a little more ahead of you, but I don't have to prove myself to you. The results speak for themselves, for me, right? I'm not out here worrying anymore. I went from being in the poor class to middle class to upper middle class to I'm okay. All right. Maybe you've experienced more than me. I doubt it. Seriously. But, I'm here to be educated by you. Maybe you've done more than me in your life. Although I would say that's doubtful. Just saying, because you'd probably be in my circles if you were someone who you're claiming to be. He doesn't care. Yeah, you're right. I don't. LOL, all he does is talk about himself. Yeah, you're right. I'm on my channel. What the hell else would I talk about? You want me to talk about you? I don't even know who you are. Let's talk about you. Hop on the Discord. You can come and talk about yourself, and we can see how interesting you are. Oh, you know what? How about this? We'll do this. We can go to your channel. We can go watch your videos and let's see what you have to say about things. I'm interested to know now. We can go to your channel. Yeah, look, here we go. Let's see. Let's go see you. What do you have to say? Nothing. Jack shit. Just as I thought. Absolutely nothing. Man, shut the fuck up. I'm tired of people like you, bro. You can go. You don't want to hear about me, you can go. It's fine. I'm used to talking to myself. So whether you're here or not, it won't really affect me. All right. The Russian population and most Americans have way more in common than U.S. pop believes. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Is that we have a lot more in common than we have not in common.
We are in the city.
And that's the thing where it's just like, you don't really know that until you go out and you start to talk to all these different people. And you're like, wait. Oh, I'm like that too. Oh, you have these struggles too? Oh, you don't like what your government's doing either? Oh, that sounds like us. Oh, they lie to you too? I remember, so I was on, when I was in, where was it? This was what's the ocean? The Atlantic Ocean, like West Africa. I went out to one of the floating platforms out there, and I was on the ship for like 2 weeks. And this is the first time that I actually was around Russians. Like I'm born in Texas. We don't have all those types of people here. Not where I went to school. I went to a school where it was mostly black for most of the time. But yeah, I was out on this boat and I was rooming with Russians, and like half the workers, the engineers, were Russian. And for the first few days, I was, it was weird because they're so different from me. Like they seem mean. They're not mean, but like they seem mean. They were like, they had frowns, they were like short and all. But after a little bit of time, I got to know them, and they turned out to be pretty cool. And like all that stuff that I had learned about Russians, I was like, I don't know if that's true. These people seem pretty cool. Like they don't seem to be mistreating me. And I had to sleep in a room with them. So it's not like I'm, it's just few hours of talking face to face. It's like, nah, I'm like around these people all the time. And I started to realize, I'm like, these people are people. They're humans. The fact that they're Russian is irrelevant. They have the same struggles as me. Like I remember I was this was my first time being away from home for a while, and of course I miss where I'm from. Like I have my dog, my girlfriend. I'm just like I'm talking about these things, and they're helping me get through it. They're like, and I learned that they also think about the same things. They were showing me their families and like the things that they were proud of with their kids, and I was just like, man, like these people are people. They're just like me and my family. They're just like my friends. I can't look at them and say, you know what, that we are different. The only conclusion I can come to is, man, like we're one and the same. They happen to be born in Russia. I happen to be born in America. That's it. Now, I'm not going to say that it's not the case that some Russians, just like some Americans, are incredibly nationalistic, and that's their entire identity, and that whatever the state does, they will follow. I understand that there are people like that there, just like there are people like that here. But most people aren't that way. Most people, as I said, they just want to make sure that they have a good life, a fulfilling life, that their family does well, and that's it. And who am I to judge them and say, oh, that's not good enough? It's like, nah, if that's what makes them happy, they should do that. Why would I say, oh, that's not good enough? It's like, no, that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine to do whatever makes you happy. And if you can do it, then great. Unfortunately, not everybody can do those things at home. And that's one of the things that I learned from them. Because I was wondering, I'm like, well, why are y'all here? I mean, I'm there too, but I'm there on a very short-term thing. I'm out there for only like 3 or 4 weeks, doing some things out there. But I learned that they would do these 6-month rotations and, their entire career. They'll spend 6 months there, and then they'll go home for a couple weeks. Maybe they'll go out to East Russia, like in the Pacific, near Japan, because they have like oil and gas stuff out there. And I found out that they would spend 9 to 10 months out of the year away from home. And the only thing that I can think of is that that's what they have to do. And that's not just Russians. There are Americans who live that way too. There are a lot of people like roughnecks who basically live offshore. They spend I think you're limited to 3 weeks now. Like you could do 3 weeks and then you have to come back for a week or so and then you can go back. But there are a lot of folks who spend 6 to 8 months out of the year on a platform out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, or in the North Sea, or off the coast of Africa, or off the coast of Russia, but on the East Coast. There are a lot of people who do that. And why do they do it? Well, that's how they earn a living. Like, who am I to say that, oh, you can't do that? It's like, you do whatever you can to support your family, right? At least that's the way I was raised. Do whatever you can to support your family. Wait, hold on. Search. Oh, you want me to search your name? All right. Hold on. Give me a second. I just saw your message, Elijah. Give me a second. I just saw your message, Elijah. Give me a second. Oops. Sorry. Wrong thing. I want to go to... Fuck. Come on. What the hell? Obviously, I don't know how to use YouTube. Sorry. Wrong thing. I want to go to... I thought you was going to have more than this. You don't have anything else? Obviously, I don't know how to use YouTube. Sorry. Wrong thing. I want to go... Are you going to start publishing videos? More than this. I'm asking because if you start publishing videos and I see that it's consistent, I will subscribe to you. Just saying. All right. All that I have to done is a resort and then okay, yeah. I'm fancy international speaker of Arnold. Wait, I'm not. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't saying that to you. I'm saying this to the person who's over here talking about, oh, he must not have gone to college. As if, you know what? It's people like you, not in the days, not you. It's people like this person here who thinks that going to college makes you smart. You may find out that there are a lot of people who didn't go to college who will run circles around you. Just saying. And I'm not saying that it's someone who didn't go to college who doesn't have a grad. I'm not saying someone who didn't go to graduate school either. I went to a top 10 in the world. I'm sure you went to one too. Just saying. Just saying, like, I'm not the one that's going to be like, oh yeah, like if you don't have a college degree, you can't be smart. I'm saying this as someone who has those credentials. I don't hold much weight behind them because I went to a school and I realized that, oh yeah, sure. Just because you have a degree doesn't mean you're smart. We're starting to find that out now in the workforce. Have you noticed that corporations are no longer requiring people to have a degree? Have you not heard that there are now college graduates who can't read a full book? Do you know that most of the people I've worked around are so-called college graduates, but for whatever reason, they can't do math in their head. They can't formulate arguments. They can't hold an argument that they disagree with and still toy with the idea and seek to understand it. You do realize that, right? There are a bunch of people who have degrees, from colleges, who can't do these things. And on the other end of that, there are a lot of people who don't have degrees who can do all of those things. I met some of them. One of the things that I will never forget is that some of the best engineers that I've ever met in my life did not have college degrees. I wonder how that happens. Either a college degree is indicative of your intelligence, or it's just indicative that you can go to school and do some homework and you can get a passing grade and you can get a piece of paper. I have a piece of paper. I have a couple. I don't really put much weight behind those pieces of paper. I don't even hang it on my wall. I gave it to my grandmother and she framed it and she then gave it back to me. I was like, I got this degree for you. I'm like, what the hell am I gonna do with this dumbass degree? I've never put much into a degree. So you seem like one of those people where you're like, oh, you go to school, you go to college, you're smart. It's like, okay, well, if you really believe that, then I went to a school and a college. Several of them, actually. And I majored in something that's actually difficult. All right. Let's see. Many people died for you to have the rights you have. It's weird to me to hear you say that. I don't think people died for me to have the rights that I have. Just saying. I don't think many people died for me to have the rights that I have. I think many people died so that they could have rights. And, maybe along the way, hopefully, they started to think about the future and they're like, all right, we're going to do this for them. But I'm pretty sure they were fighting for themselves to have rights and I get to benefit from that. And I'm grateful for that, as I've said. Please listen to, Google your name. Oh, my bad. Okay, give me a second. I thought you meant YouTube. Elijah Oyenuga. I hope I'm pronouncing the last part right. Oh, is this you right here? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me actually spell the name right. Let me make sure this is spelled right. Elijah. Is it Oyenuga Elijah? Toby. I can't pronounce it. Forgive me. Is that you? The first one up here? Let me go see. All right, bro. Nice having you. Man, I'm so behind on these chats. Give me a second. I gotta figure out where I am. Oh, you feel guilty? Well, hey, if you feel guilty, I'm sorry for you. Let's see here. Yeah, but you were in Little Chains. No, I wasn't. I even said that. I said my ancestors. Maybe you missed that part. Yeah, you're right. I might go full blown MAGA retaliation. You seem to be someone who's into this MAGA shit. I don't really rock with that. Why do you think this is a why do you think this is a revolutionary thought? I'm not sure. I'm very behind where these are coming from. It's the most basic conclusion. I used to work with this guy a few months back. who is exactly like this dude, very manipulative dude. Yeah, all right. Google, sure. I'm not smart whatsoever. Well, sure, if you say so. You assume that I care whether you're not you're smart. I don't care. I want to make it clear. I don't care if you're smart. I don't care if you're dumb. I don't care if you're rich. I don't care if you're poor. I don't care. I know that may be hard for you to imagine, but like there are people who don't care about these types of things. And I'm one of them. I don't really give a shit whether you're smart or whether you went to college. Doesn't matter to me. How does that help me? I have way more followers on IG than these people talking smack in the chat about big time and aren't anything special. Well, I mean, honestly, even with that, like, I don't think it matters how many followers people have. I don't have that many followers. I don't even think that's important. Real talk. You know, I'm not really into those vanity metrics. It's like, okay, sure. Who does that help? Doesn't help me. I only have like a couple hundred, I guess, maybe more. I don't know. I don't really concern myself with the number of followers I have because what I learned very early in my life, because I've been doing YouTube for a while. At one point, I had over 80,000 subscribers here on this channel. Back when I was doing music, I started in 2006. Then I stopped posting in 2010, and I didn't do anything else until 2022. So like 12 years. I didn't do anything. Over 95% of my subscribers no longer there. And what I learned early on is that, yeah, you can have a lot of subscribers, but that doesn't do anything. Like, I remember when the financial crisis happened and, you know, my mom, we lost the house. It was like the number of subscribers I had didn't make a difference. You know, like I remember doing winter break, we had to boil water so I can take a hot bath. Like, amount of subscribers I had didn't make a difference. Even now, hell, like the time where I wasn't even worried about how many subscribers I had on YouTube, I was doing quite well in life. So I don't really equate the two. It's just like, okay, sure. Some people really identify, they really gives them a sense of self-worth. I don't really care about all that. Same thing with money. Like, I know a lot of people who seem to equate their self-worth with the amount of money they have. I'm just like, I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. Same with the people who like, they attach their self-worth to, oh, they have a degree or what school they went to. And I'm just like, I don't give a shit. And maybe it is from a privileged place, but you know, like, sorry that I'm privileged. I had a very tough life in certain, at a certain point. And I stopped caring about a lot of those things because I realized that they don't do anything for me. So why should I put much stock into them? And how I don't put stock into it for myself, I don't really put stock into it for others, which is why I say, I don't care if you went to school or not. Like, just because you went to school doesn't mean much to me. I'll still listen to what you have to say to an extent. Unless you start saying stuff that's obviously stupid and it's just like, okay, all right, go somewhere else with all that. I agree with the smartest people I know have not gone to college. Yeah. That's the thing is that, you know, when you're in college, and I imagine you know this if you've been, right? When you're in college, you realize very quickly that there are a lot of people who are dumb. It's just like, yeah, they're in school, but school isn't really that hard. And I say that because in school, you're not really challenged with ambiguity that much. You're told what to study, and you're kind of guided on where your mindset should be going, and you get told like what types of solutions exist, and it's mostly pattern recognition. You just do it that way. All right, it's not, to me, it's not really saying much that you went to school. Okay, sure. You not talked about not being intellectual earlier. Yeah, maybe. I don't remember saying anything about me saying that I'm not intellectual. I never said that. I just don't value it that much. That's what I said. Just like I don't value intelligence that much. Sure, I might be intelligent, but that doesn't mean much to me. Just because you are intelligent doesn't mean that you are better than someone else. That's just the way I believe. You know, I might be intelligent. Someone else might be able to handle social situations better than me. Can we really say that one is better than the other? I don't think so. I think that you can only say that one might be better under certain circumstances for certain tasks. That's as far as I go. But just to say, oh, well, yeah, okay, well, someone's intellectual or not, it's like, who gives, it doesn't matter that much. To me, at least. I know it matters to some people. I've been around some of those folks who are just like, you know, if you didn't go to a certain school and you're not in a certain type of field and all this type of stuff, then they won't talk to you. I don't understand that mentality. I don't get it, but you know, that's how they think. Who am I to say you shouldn't think that way? It's like, if it works for you, so be it. I'm very much a live and let live type of person. Maybe you don't rock with that. Like, if you don't like a certain thing, I'm not going to be like, oh, okay, that's good for you. That's how I am. All right, you're free to not like it. So long as you understand that I am also just as free to like it if I want to. College is a scam and you don't need it to build intelligence. In fact, bro, I'm gonna go a step further. I don't think intelligence is built. I think that's something you're born with. I don't think that going to college is that relevant. It's not even that important. Now, it is a great way to gain more knowledge and to refine your thinking. I will give you that. But that's as much as I'll give you. Beyond that, like, you can still accomplish all of those things without going to college. It's really a matter of who you're surrounded by. If you happen to grow up around a bunch of people who have PhDs, chances are you are going to be smarter than someone who didn't grow up around all of that. So I don't really think it's the college part. I just think it's what environment are you in? Now, college is helpful, right? Like, I'm not going to say that overall it's a net loss. I don't think that. And when I say that, I'm ignoring cost. Like, if we throw in cost, then, you know, the calculus changes substantially. But just the act of going to college, you know, assuming no cost, I don't think that is a bad thing. It can be a bad thing if you know, especially now, because there's been a lot of brainwashing happening on college campuses, especially when I was there in the mid 2000s. It was late 2000s to the early 2010s. I graduated 2011, so like it was some brainwashing happening there. But you know, if you are someone who has presence of mind, it's like, it's fine. You know, they told me things and I was like, okay, yeah, sure. I'm not going to disagree with you, but at the same time, like, I recognize that I have a lot of agency in what I accept for myself. So it's kind of what I did. But yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. Like, for the most part, these days, especially with the cost, yeah. I wouldn't recommend anyone go into debt to go to school these days, because college is too expensive now. It's way, way, way too expensive. It was expensive when I went too, but wow, like, I was looking at the school that I went to the other day, my last stream. It's $71,000 a year now. That is insane. And I even said, I feel bad for people who, you know, who want to go to school and the only way they're going to be able to do it is to go into an insane amount of debt, or they're going to have to go somewhere else. And I don't like that, especially considering that my school has an endowment. It's a very large endowment. I'm just like, I get these calls every month from my school asking for me to donate money. Yet at the same time, they're out here charging $71,000 in tuition and room and board. My school that I went to, you have to live on campus for the first 3 years, so you have to pay that room and board. I'm just like, man, that's insane. That's insane. I feel bad for people who, you know, this day and age, who are trying to go to school because interest rates are high. And let me close this. Yeah, interest rates are high, and the cost of living is high. The cost of education is high. And I don't even know if, like, a lot of people, they go to school so they can get a job after school. And a lot of corporations, they don't value a degree anymore because a degree has been made useless. There's so many people who come out with a degree and they don't know how to do anything. It's just like, what did you do in the 4 years you were in school? Like, I mean, it's weird. And you get upset. Yeah, I guess I am upset. Facts. I've a degree and wasted my money. Hold on. Let me just. I have a degree and wasted my money when I became the regional sales manager for Verizon. Authorized retail. I fired most of the degree holders who couldn't even solve simple issues. Yeah, that's the thing. What I've noticed is that a lot of folks will go and get a degree and then they'll just stop and they think that because they have a degree that means something. It's like, you still got to do the work. You can't just get a degree and just say, all right, well, I have a degree and I'm good. It's like, no, like you still have to be able to do something. You need to be able to put that degree to use. Not necessarily the degree, but the knowledge that you've accumulated. But what I noticed, even when I was at my school, there were these guys. What was that website? It was the Rate My Professor or whatever, that one where they had a website where they had what classes were the easiest classes, what professors were the hardest professors. And I remember that there were people who would legit say, oh, don't take that professor. His class is known to be hard. I'm just like, why wouldn't I want to take his class? Like, of course I'm going to take his class if it's known to be hard. I remember one of the classes I took, I won't say his name. No, I won't say any part of his name because you might be able to go look it up. But people were like, his class is hard. You shouldn't take this one. You should go take the other one. I was just like, I'm paying for this. Like I was working while I was in college and I had student loans. I had a little bit of scholarship and I had grants, and my grandpa was helping. And I'm like, why would I not get my money's worth? It was a little bit different. Like some of these people who I went to school with, their parents paid for everything. So it was a little bit different for them. But I'm like, man, I had to take out student loans for this. And back then school for me was $36,000 when I first started, $36,000 a year, room and board. And I'm like, nah, I'm gonna take the hard one. I'm gonna take this one. And it was hard. I may have regretted it for a while, but I ended up liking it. And it was pretty cool. Like I still know the professor to this day. Sometimes I reach out, I'm like, yo, what's up? How you doing? All that kind of stuff. But that was my first introduction to just how, just because you're in a school, even a good school, doesn't mean that people aren't lazy and that they're not going to try to take the easy way out or that they're not going to cheat. I remember I had somebody, one of my hall mates, he plagiarized, and it was a big deal. Like it was a big deal at my school. He plagiarized, and man, it was a thing. I'm like, why would you do that? I don't understand. I'm like, why would you do that? I'd rather just like write a shitty ass essay. And if it's shitty, all right, I get a bad grade. Okay, whatever. I deserved it. Maybe I should have did better. Maybe I should have not waited until the last minute to do it. It's kind of my mindset. Confusing education with schooling. Yeah. Oh, Elijah. All right, my bad. I got distracted. Elijah. Oh, you nigga. Yeah, that's what wait, did I not spell it right? Oh, H. Haha. Put the H back in there. Okay, this right here. This you? This you? Here you go. Drop it in there. Because I don't think you could share links. So I'll share it for you. So yeah, if any of y'all are interested in the things that he's doing, go check him out and support him. Let's see here. Let me get back to where I was. Oh, okay. Hustle. Okay, I agree. Oh, dude, you're a machinist? So here's something that you probably wouldn't expect to hear from me. I know what machinists do. That's a very difficult thing. A lot of people can't do those things. And machinists, I understand, work hand in hand with engineers. It's typically machinists who are telling the engineers, oh yeah, hey, by the way, you know that little fancy design you got there? We're not going to be able to design that like that, but like, we're not going to be able to build that. It's like, this shit isn't producible on a mass scale. I understand what y'all are doing. So you're not about to, like, maybe you assume I'm one of these people that's going to be like, oh, yeah. Like, I understand that most things are hard. I don't like to diminish anything. Here's why. I founded a company in the past. And when you found a company, you run a company, you do everything initially. And you find out real fast and in a hurry that a lot of things are harder than they look or that they seem. If you think something is easy, it's because you don't know, you don't have an understanding of what it is. It's not until you do something, until you realize, oh, wow, yeah, this is a whole discipline. This is something that people spend a whole career developing and honing. I learned that, yeah, marketing is hard. Even a CEO, like that's hard. Making decisions is harder than you think. Leading an engineering team is harder than you think. Designing my application, and like everything, not just the design of the application, but websites, architecture, all, like everything that goes into everything, hard. Building out my policies and procedures, all like workflows, all of that is hard. So I recognize that a lot of things are hard because I've done a lot of things. So in my opinion, if you're one of the kind of people who thinks that certain things are easy or that certain career fields are not hard, then that just tells me you haven't done much in your life. Even being a janitor is hard. I worked as a janitor. That was my first job when I was 14. That is difficult. I have a lot of respect for what they do. And I also see the effects of it, right? Like, nobody wants to live in a dirty piece of shit area. We like to have things that are clean. I understand it. I worked in food service. I understand that that shit is not easy. I used to bus tables. I understand that that's not easy. Most things in life are not easy. It's kind of what I was saying way long ago, where I was just like, man, like, you know, most people are just trying to get by, you know? I recognize that. So who am I to judge them and say, oh, well, you're just trying to get by? It's like, no, that's fine. Like, you know, not everybody has to do everything. You retired at 35 after 8-year Marine Corps career. How are the degrees working out for a lot of people? Sorry, my bad. Let me pull it up on the thing so we can watch it. A lot of people who are in debt, and now AI can do most things, those jobs. I don't know if AI is really gonna, like, I think that there's a hope that AI is gonna replace a lot of work, but I'm not convinced. Not yet. Like, the quality, what AI is doing is not good. And what I mean by that is, I'm not saying like in the world. I mean like what it produces is just not good, and it hasn't gotten better. You know, I know that there's a lot of thought that it's only going to get better, but here's a curve that I'm intimately familiar with. It's called the hype cycle, and I think that we are here. We are at the peak of inflated expectations. And I think that we're quickly about to get to this trough of disillusionment. Just like with every technology. I remember when business intelligence was all the rage, when we had big data and data science, and that was just going to revolutionize everything, and it was just going to save the world. I remember when Web 2.0, like, oh, this is going to change everything. And it's just like, and here we are. I remember Web 3. Oh, everything's gonna change. The world. It's like, and here we are. Blockchain, like in 2009, 10, or I think 9 or 10. Oh, blockchain is gonna change the world, crypto and all this. And it's like, to date, I haven't seen anything come of it. So I'm not really like, I don't really have the same, maybe I'm just old now. Maybe that, it takes a lot to get me impressed now. I'm just like, oh, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. So far, I'm not impressed. We have already gotten to a point to where we've run out of quality data, and we are now synthesizing data, and we're now synthesizing the training sets. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if AI is really going to replace a lot of things. I think it's going to replace some things, but I also think that we're going to have lower quality of services and products. But I guess that's not really saying much because we already have lower quality of services and products these days. I mentioned the IG thing so people can see that when you post, you get subs and monetize their opinions. I don't have an Instagram. Okay. Definitely degrees mean nothing when people can't interview, handle basic call out of customer complaints. Yeah, like I think there's been too much emphasis placed on degrees, and I feel somewhat bad that a lot of people were misled to go and get a degree, because not everybody needs a degree. Too many people went got one because during my generation, and I can't put the fault on the people who got the degrees. When I was a kid, this is what we were told. You go to school, you do well, you need to go to college. You need to go to college so you can get a good job. That's what I was told. That's what everyone in my class was told. As far as I know, that's what my little brother was told. And my other little siblings, they're all told the same thing. Everybody was told you need to go to college. So I can't blame people for going to college. Like I can't blame them. I had other reasons for going to college other than, I need to go. I had a bit of a chip on my shoulder. My grandmother graduated valedictorian of her class, but it wasn't really possible for her to go to college because of her skin complexion. And I felt a certain kind of way about that. My mom decided to not go to college. So I was like, I am going to go to college and get a degree because my grandmother couldn't. That was it for me. Same with my grandpa. He never even graduated high school. I think he dropped out in the 7th grade. And he would always say, you get your education. And obviously, like his friend is someone who's very well educated. And I spent a lot of my summers with him and his family traveling to all the different HQs that his company that he ran. Like we went to all the different HQs. And I kind of was just like, I guess I'm gonna go to college because, my grandpa says I need to get my education. My grandmother couldn't go. And here I am with this family who are full of he's a lawyer, runs a very large business. His wife is the dean of a school that's here in Houston, and her children are PhDs. Her mom's is a PhD. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna go to college. Cause it was kind of just like, all right, well, it wasn't really this, I need to go to college for a job. That was never my mindset. In fact, I was just like, why do you need to go to college? Because I didn't never want to work for anybody. It was just like, why would I go to school to go work for someone else? That's silly. Just street dumb, like no logic. Elitism is some weird shit. Yeah, but a lot of people are elitist though. That's the thing. You're right though. I agree. It is weird. But you know what I think it is? I think it's when you have nothing else going for you. So you have to lean in. You have to lean in on that. Like you have to be like, I think it's really a sense of low self-worth. So you externalize. I think that's what elitism truly is deep down. You said, geniuses are born, but you can still be. Yes, I agree with you there. Yes, there's a difference, right? Like there's being knowledgeable, but there's also being smart. And I always like to think of it's like, okay, you have a lot of knowledge, you have a lot of data, information. What can you synthesize from it? What can you get done from that? And that's where I go into intelligence. And we've heard of things called book smarts. That's what I think is just knowledge, that's knowledgeable. And then street smarts. I think that's the actual synthesis of knowledge, being able to actually do something. affect the world in some way. And I think that you need both, to some degree. But if I had to pick one or the other, I would pick the street smart, where it's just like you just get stuff done, because at the end of the day, life is real life and a book is a book. It's like, okay, you can solve some word problems on paper, haha, golf clap. But unfortunately, you being able to solve some word puzzles is not going to make a carrot grow out of the ground, Like, one thing is more important than the other one to me. I enjoy college in the sense that it's a starting guide to dabbling. Well, it sounds like you went to college for the right reason. I believe in the classical reason of college, which is you're going there to discover truth and beauty. You're not going there to get a career. Like that should be the last thing. You're going there to expand and sharpen your mind and to be challenged and to be exposed to ideas that you wouldn't be otherwise exposed to. That's the reason why I think people should go to college. And I think that's a very liberal arts perspective, but I went to a liberal arts school. So maybe I was brainwashed in that way. Maybe it worked. It's like, I don't think that you should be going to college to prepare yourself for a career. College is, you go there because you love learning, and it trains you to do that at a high level and to make progress quickly. Right. So I think the people who are truly the smartest are the ones who, when they graduate, they never stop learning. They continue to do all the things, all the skills that they learned in college, they continue to use them to continue to learn new things and to grow themselves. So yeah, I agree 100%. It's a starting point. It's not a thing that you do and you say you're done. That's not. If that's the way you think about it, then you're doing it wrong. My opinion. AI now made college obsolete, in my opinion. You can ask any chat engine to teach you basic, simple terms, how to do. Well, you can ask it, but is it right? Is it accurate? I have seen a lot of mistakes. And that's where I think it's dangerous. It's that in the hands of people who don't know any better, they're just going to accept the output as truth. I have seen several mistakes. I do software. And even with like basic stuff, like implement a quick sort. If I can spot a bug in the code, and I'm not saying that it's obvious, it's non-trivial to spot, but it's like, I'm looking at them, I'm like, this is not right. But how many people will know that? Like, let's say that you run it and it sorts the numbers, and that's your test. Oh, I gave it this list of numbers and it came out sorted, therefore it's correct. Well, edge cases exist, and if you're not thinking about those things, then you're just going to assume that it's correct. And I'm only giving you one example based off of my limited experience, because that's the way I've used AI in that sense, where I'm just like, all right, I have this thing here, and I want to see like how accurate is it. And what I've done is I have stopped using AI. I still pay for it, unfortunately. But I pay for it for this reason. Either you're going to not use it and say, you know what, I'm not going to understand how people are using this and just get left behind. Or you're going to, like what I was saying earlier, where people are going to use it, so I have to use it because other people are. So in order to not be left behind, I need to use this tool and make sure I understand the ins and outs, its limitations, and how I can exploit its features, so that in the future, when maybe it becomes okay, well, now I'm like not trying to level up or reskill, that kind of thing. It's like the people who, when I was younger, they didn't like computers and they did everything in their power to avoid computers. There are people who didn't even want to take typing classes. I was never fortunate enough to have typing classes. I had to learn over a long amount of years. But, there are people who did everything possible to not have to deal with computers. And now fast forward 10, 15, 20 years later, good luck. Those people who decided that they weren't going to learn these tools, they are now in a precarious situation. So in order to not, be in that position, it's like, all right, I gotta do all of the things, You went to college for aerospace engineer? Oh, to be an aerospace engineer. There's someone else who is he in the yeah. I'm not gonna say who he is, but maybe he can say it. I think he does something like that, like rocket science or aerospace. I don't know what he does, but he does rocket stuff. He may still be here, and he may have did something like that, or maybe he didn't. If I'm making this up, feel free to be like, nah, he's making that up. Sorry, I've lost my place. Let me see where I am. I went for nursing and wanted to go NP route. What's NP? Till I worked in a hospital. Most doctors now use tablets and input symptoms and go based off of what. Yeah, like, how do you feel about that? That we are delegating so much of our decision making to computers. That scares me. And this is coming from a technologist. Like, I'm a freaking computer nerd. I built some of these systems, and I'm just like, that scares me. I don't think that's the correct path forward. I don't think that we should be delegating our decision making to machines. For what it's worth, that was my master's thesis. It was along those lines. It wasn't really. My master's thesis was actually about discovering latent bias in machine learning systems, AI systems, machine learning systems. Like, there's latent bias, and that was my concern, is that we're using these models for more and more decision making. But the problem is that these models are trained on data that have bias baked in. So when you build your model and you train your model and you deploy your model, the model has those biases baked in, and it's going to only accelerate those biases because it's going to target those types of individuals more and more and more. And that stuff gets fed back into the model, making it want to target these people more and more and more. And I'm like, that's scary. Like we can't do that. But that was just me. Not enough people care about that, I guess. We tell engineers about their faults and it becomes a shit show. Well, let's be real. I don't think that you can lay that at the feet of engineers. I think that's more of a personal thing, right? Like, some people aren't great at accepting feedback. Some people aren't great at being told that what they've produced isn't great. I don't think that's necessarily an engineer mindset, because at least engineers I've worked with, they want to be told these things because that's how you get better. That's how you get the best product. It's not by saying, oh, this is great, and I'm going to use this term, toxically positive. It's not because everything is great. Like, no, you want to know what are the faults, like what are the things we can improve, because at the end of the day, you want your product, your service to be great. At least I do. And if you're not thinking in those terms, then how are you going to get to that goal? If your users are telling you, hey, this is trash, and you're like, oh, it's not trash, you get all defensive. It's like, well, you're building this software for your users, right? And let's remove software. Like, you're building these widgets, these doodads for people to use, right? Right? At least that's what I thought. You used to work at Gucci. Where did you work in Gucci? I'm curious. Did you work in Italy? I'm curious, because I have suspicions about these high-end luxury brands. Like, I don't think that they're worth the price. To just say bluntly, I think that is not worth the price. And I'm curious to know, like, since you work there, is the quality better? Because I know this is just me thinking it's not. Like, it's more of the experience, the selling, the story, like, it's all of that. But as far as the actual quality of the stuff, I mean, it may be better than just, some bargain bin type stuff, but like, I don't think it's like orders of magnitude better than like something that's above average. Elijah, I get that. We are all where we are in society, and I cannot expect people who are struggling to come out. I suppose I'm reaching out more to people who are able. Well, the thing is that you can't win people over to your side by diminishing them or scolding them or making them feel like they're less than for not being along with what you're doing. Like, that's not how you do it. Like, you just do your thing. And I'm being serious. This is what I've noticed. You just do your thing and you keep doing it. And if you do it long enough, you will find that people are always attracted to people who are doing things. And, you know, you gotta meet them where they are, right? So kind of like how I'm saying, it's like, yeah, like we might disagree on things. Sure, fine. Okay, so what? That's how I am. It's like, okay, yeah, we might disagree on some things. Where do we agree? Because I refuse to believe that we disagree on everything. I actually think that we would agree on more things than we would disagree on. So if you're trying to win people on over to your side of whatever you're doing, look for things that you share in common. Focus on that. You know, don't tell people what they should or shouldn't do. You know, like let them be humans, like just like you, right? Like you don't want someone telling you what you should or shouldn't do, or that you're right or that you're wrong or that you should be doing something this way or that way. I don't think you would like that. You know, you probably would prefer to have people who, you know, just accept that, yeah, you're going to do things the way you're going to do things. And that's okay. You know, like you don't have to like the same things that I like or dislike the same things that I dislike. That's what's great about being humans, is that we're all different. We can all do whatever the hell we want. And that's part of what makes life great, right? It's that, you know, you like those things and you can focus on those things, and that makes our society richer because you get to focus on that. And I get to focus on whatever crap I focus on. I don't know. I don't know if I have focus. I don't know if I have focus. That's a problem that I've had over the past few years, is that I'm interested in a lot of things, and I believe that I am going to do all of those things. I'm not going to limit myself to just one. Not anymore. You know, I've already done that in the past, where it's like, you know, I had a pretty successful career where I did one thing and I did it really well. And then I got to a point to where I was able to enjoy the fruits of my labor and, you know, take a few years off and travel the world for a little bit. And I learned a lot about myself, about people, about the world, and a lot of the ways of thinking that I had, they just washed away. They don't exist anymore. I should also state that I also did ayahuasca in Peru. So I might think a little bit differently. I might think a little bit differently as a result of that. Oh yeah, I'm behind, bro, but I'm catching up. Exactly. We were told that, so we did everything in our power to go. If you were poor, the pressure is even worse because they convince you it's your only ticket out of yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think it would be disingenuous. I think it would be in bad faith to blame someone for deciding to go to college, especially when they were brought up in an environment where that is what everyone says is the right thing to do. And people did it. And, you know, like, I can look back and say, yeah, you know, we were fucking scammed and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, what are you going to do now, right? Like, it's already happened. Like, we've already done it. It's like the best thing that we could do now is move forward. Like, what can we take from it, right? I want to go to Mexico City. I've been wanting to go to Mexico City for so long. I've never gone. You know what? I don't even have a good excuse to not go to Mexico City. By the way, I'm replying to this. I'm in Houston for what it's worth, so it's only an hour and a half flight. Maybe not even that. Maybe it's probably an hour. I don't really have much of a reason. Oh, that's what's up. We got people all over. Well, that's cool. So we got people who, all right, so from South LA, that's what's up. Oh, a nurse practitioner. I see. Okay. Okay. I finally got to the last two. I worked one in Cali. It's overpriced, and they will literally sew ripped clothing and sell it 5 minutes later. It was an outlet one. Should have mentioned that. It doesn't. I don't think it matters per se because it's all the same stuff. Like, let's be real. Most of the stuff that they sell is manufactured not in Italy. And the stuff that is manufactured in Italy, there are loopholes that they employ to where they can claim that it's still made in Italy, even though it's not made by Italians. You know, it's the same people who are making it in other places, but they are in Italy and they're not getting paid the same. It's still mass produced. So, I think people just buy into the story and that's it. Now, that being said, I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if like I haven't bought some of those things, right? Like I have a wallet, for instance, from LV. It's a leather wallet. And yes, it was expensive. However, here's how I justify it. And you may be like, you're just justifying. And you're right. I am justifying it to myself. I own my wallet. My last wallet was stolen out of my, my truck got stolen a couple years ago. I had a Ram TRX and it got stolen from where I live. And my wallet was in there. That wallet it's not like, I'm not saying it's like a good name, right? It's just like, it's a Coach wallet that I bought when I graduated college. I bought it with my first paycheck and I graduated in like 2011. All right. So I bought it in 2011. I think my truck was stolen in 2022 or 23. I forget the year. One of those years. So I bought that wallet for like $120 and that was my wallet. As far as I'm concerned, that was going to be the first and only wallet that I purchased in my life. It got stolen. So as a result, I was like, well, I want another leather wallet. Unfortunately, they don't make that exact wallet anymore. So I'll just go to another brand and inflation. Okay. So the price of things are even more. So I got this one and my mindset is, well, I'm going to have this wallet until I die or it gets stolen again. So it's like I amortized the cost. So it's like, all right, well, my last wallet was $120 when I purchased it. Sure. All right. I owned it for about 10, 12 years. You divide it, that's like $10 a year. All right, whatever. That's not that bad. So that's kind of how I justify this. It's like, all right, I bought this wallet. I'm not buying another one if I can help it. I don't really lose things, so I don't have to worry about that. I just have to worry about it being stolen. Same thing with some of my backpacks or, some of my other clothes. Like I look at it, it's like you're buying it once. At least that's how I look at it. I'm buying it once. I'm going to have this stuff for life. So yeah, it's fine if I spend a little bit of money on it. Appreciate the advice. Agree with your take. Something I frequently say. The last 5 weeks have freaked me out. Not being able to travel, especially. Well, I'm curious. Were you about to go anywhere in particular? And I don't know if you still can't travel, man. I don't know. Like, I'm sure you could travel. Sure you can travel. You may have to work a little bit harder to do it for a little bit, but that's, you just keep in mind, like, everybody has privileges and things that they may not have as much privilege in. It's just like, it's just the hands we're dealt, right? Some people can drive around in their nice car around the city and nobody will bat an eye, whereas some people can do the same thing and it becomes a problem. Now, I could sit here and focus on, well, how come I can't do X, Y, or Z just like everyone else? Or I can just be like, you know what? Like, we all got problems we got to deal with. Mine just so happen to be these problems. Fine, whatever. It's like, I can deal with it. So, not saying it to be dismissive. I'm just saying it's like, we all got to deal with shit. So it's like, don't let it stop you. Do what you need to do. AKA, deal with it. And, move forward. Unfortunately, life doesn't have to be easy, and it's not easy for most of us, even though it is for others. And yeah, we could be resentful that it's easy for some people or easier for some people, but I don't think that's very productive. It's like, just, focus on you, Focus on improving your life. You know, kind of how everyone else is doing. Focus on improving your life. And you may find that you may improve the lives of others by doing that. Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Dodge do the same thing. LV and Gucci, they're made in other countries and slap a made. Yes, exactly. Yeah. For sure. I know what's his name does that too. Ramoa. So I think it was recently. I think it's after LVMH purchased Ramoa. They started manufacturing more stuff in Canada because it's cheaper than manufacturing it in Germany. And certain clothing brands, like they manufacture their stuff in Vietnam and Malaysia. Well, no, mostly Vietnam now. It's cheaper. Or Indonesia, yeah. They moved their stuff from China to Vietnam and Indonesia and Bangladesh because it's cheaper. And what they'll do is they'll do most of it there, and then they'll send it to Italy or something like that. They'll do the finishing and then slap that made in Italy sticker on there and then sell it to you for $500 and call it quality. All right, hold on. I gotta go back to the thing. We were watching the video.
So today
I don't know if y'all remember. We were watching the video. Before it works, it's not that big of a deal. This is actually, somebody asked, like, what do we do here? This is what I do. I'll start something and then I'll get engaged in conversation and we'll go off on some other path. And then eventually we'll meander back sometimes. And then, we'll do it again. It's just cyclical, just cyclical.
in the city of Chicago, where Mayor Brandon Johnson has made it very clear he is pro-migrant.
We know the strength of a city is determined by how we treat the most vulnerable. And so we choose to be a strong city. We must reject a zero-sum formulation between investing in those who have been here for decades and supporting those who have been sit here on a bus even this morning. We can do both, Chicago, and we can all thrive together.
Well, Ben and Lourdes, as you know, mayors past and present have referred to Chicago as a sanctuary city for immigrants. But today, amendments to the city's welcoming city ordinance, taking legal protections a step further, instituting policies to protect the due process rights of Chicago's immigrants.
Now, if you've been following this channel, you know the Texas governor started sending migrants who crossed the border illegally to Chicago because they were a welcoming city.
Local officials whose communities are being overwhelmed by hordes of illegal immigrants who are being dropped off by the Biden administration. Texas is...
For what it's worth, while I agree that people who will enter our country illegally should be sent back, I think that this is a deflection by the people, the rulers, our rulers. I think that is a deflection and a scapegoat. I think this is a squirrel, hey, look, squirrel kind of moment where they're like, no, pay attention to this over here. And it's just like, let's be real. Like, yes, this is a problem. But as I was saying earlier, I think that a lot of things lie on the spectrum. Yes, this is a problem, but we have bigger problems. And I don't like the idea of saying, all right, let's just say, no, this is everything. When it's like, nah, like it's a bigger problem that we have more antitrust behavior in corporations here in America. It's a bigger problem that corporations have so much influence and control over our governments, plural, both our federal and our state governments. I think that that's a much bigger problem. I think it's a bigger problem that we have people who are worth hundreds of billions of dollars now in our country. I don't think that we can afford that as a society, that a few people can have trillions of dollars of net worth and then the rest of the people are struggling and in debt, living paycheck to paycheck. I think that's a bigger problem than, yeah, we have some illegal people here. I'm not saying we shouldn't get them out, right? Like, yeah, we should do both and all that, but like, let's be clear. I'm saying that we have other problems too. And yes, this is a problem. It's in the top 10, but it's not in the top 5. It's not in the top 3. Maybe it is the top 5, but it's definitely not in the top 3. And I am not happy with the fact that so many people are just laser focused on this one thing to the point to where they're not even realizing that we have Congress members and senators who are engaged in child trafficking. I think that's a bigger issue than this, because that issue is a much larger issue that involves international actors. Right? I think it's a much larger issue that we had like the bureaucracy. And I have a book that that I would recommend. Hold on, let me go find it right quick. Let me pull it out. Also, I'm gonna go grab some water, so I'll be back in like a couple seconds. All right, I have a book recommendation for you. Let me pull it up, change up my camera. It's called Barbarians to Bureaucrats, Corporate Lifecycle Strategies. I'll read the back of the book for you, all right? And I still recommend you go get it. I'm gonna read just the middle part. Barbarians to Bureaucrats presents a brilliant new solution to a stubborn old business problem. How to halt a company's descent into wasteful, stifling bureaucracy. One of the things I like to do is, you can draw connections to different things. Yes, this is about corporations, but it has a lot of parallels to what's going on in our current country or in our government. Specifically bureaucracy. Anyway, I'm gonna keep reading. Lawrence M. Miller, a management consultant for such corporate giants as Xerox and 3M, argues that corporations, like civilizations, have a natural life cycle. I would agree, because corporations are composed of people, just like civilizations, and they have structures, just like civilizations. In fact, they're kind of similar in a lot of ways. All right. And that by identifying the stage your company is in and the leaders associated with it, you can avert decline and continue to thrive. Every company begins with the compelling new vision of a prophet and the aggressive leadership of an iron-willed barbarian who implements the prophet's ideas. For our country, you can consider that our founding fathers and all of the folks who worked together to build this country, all right? New techniques and expansions pushed through by the builder and explorer, but the growth spawned by these managers can easily stagnate when the administrator sacrifices innovation to order and the bureaucrat imposes tight control. We had something like this after the Roaring 20s, during the war era, where we had all these new government agencies formed, to all these new institutions that were created to impose control, and this is bureaucracy. And just as in civilizations, the rule of the aristocrat, out of touch with those who do the real work, that sound familiar, invites rebellion from the employees, customers, and stockholders. It will take the synergist, a business leader who balances creativity with order, to restore vitality and ensure future growth. Executives from major corporations have already put the powerful insights of barbarians to bureaucrats into practice to regenerate their own companies. All right, so yes, this is a book about running a business, corporation, all that kind of stuff. But I like to draw a lot of parallels to a lot of different things. In my opinion, a lot of things are more related than you may think. So I look at this as another perspective in which to understand a society, a civilization, right? Some things can be metaphors, right? So like I'm using this as a metaphor. Now, it's by Lawrence M. Miller. You can go check it out. In fact, I would recommend you go to a library. We still have libraries, by the way. Take advantage of them while they're still here. You can go and check this out for free. You know, it's not a big book. It's like 200 pages. You can read it in a weekend. It's not that long. All right, we'll get back to the program. Oh, wait, before I do that, I'll read some things. Our government destabilizes and keeps a lot of countries poor, which causes migration, not to mention we're in a recession and they're using migrants like the 1930s as an excuse to keep people distracted. I agree. I mean our government does do a lot of things that destabilize other countries. And honestly, you know what? I don't even know if it's our government per se. I think our government enables it. I think it's corporations. Let's be real. Like, corporations have an insane amount of power in our country. In fact, I think that we are ruled by corporations. Corporations dictate more about what you can do in your life than the government, which to me means that we're under corporate rule, which is not great. That wasn't always the case in America. We used to be, a government. We used to have a government that did the ruling. We elected the people who ruled over us, but now we don't elect the people. They're corporations. It's Amazon, it's Google, it's Facebook, it's Microsoft, it's PayPal. It's all these companies that are doing the ruling now. And then the government just enables it, right? They have the legal framework that makes sure that these companies can impose their will. That's what I think. Same with drugs. The war on all of a sudden cartels are the new Taliban with the alphabet agencies created, trained and funded, then bring them. Bro, our agencies are the ones that weaponized them, bro. Like, we gave them weapons, sold them weapons. History repeating. I think Rome. Yeah. Well, I think that the most recent instance of something like what's going on here is the Weimar Republic. Not in all the same things that they did, but just in what's happening in our country. Yeah, it's for our defense companies, right?
Providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C. We are sending them to the United States Capitol, where the Biden administration will be able to more immediately address the needs of the people that they are allowing to come across our border.
If you remember, going back as far as April, Texas Governor Greg Abbott had announced his plans to bus migrants from the Lone Star State, basically also what we've seen from the state of Arizona, to parts of the Northeast, Washington, and as of this Friday, here in New York City. And he said that would be offered on a voluntary basis. Only those migrants that have already been processed by the Department of Homeland Security who want to board these buses for a ride to the Northeast. A representative from the governor saying that these migrants willingly chose to go to New York City, having signed a voluntary consent waiver available in multiple languages upon boarding, that they agreed on the destination.
Now, because there were so many migrants coming in, the city of Chicago had to institute a state of emergency.
And increasingly, the migrant crisis.
Wait, so one thing I do want to point out is whether you agree with what my governor did or not, you still got to recognize that he's in a pretty difficult situation. Texas is a border state. These people who are entering the country illegally, the majority of them are coming in through my state. Now, the federal government is making it incredibly difficult for our state troopers to prevent these people from coming into our state. And we can't send, like, it's not the states who puts people out, who like deports them. It's the federal government. And if the federal government refuses to do it, well, these people got to be somewhere. So this is where I'm like, all right, well, if the federal government is going to make it difficult where it's like we can't protect our own border and we're not allowed to deport them, then maybe, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm not mad at the fact that he's like, all right, well, I'm going to send them to you since y'all are the ones who want them here. Now, here's the problem. It's very easy to say, oh, we should be forward thinking and we should want migrants and all this kind of crap when they're not on your doorstep, when you don't have to deal with it. That's what I noticed with a lot of these not countries, these cities, especially in the Northeast and up in the North, where it's just like they have all this energy saying, oh, we should be this and we should do that. And then it's like, well, you don't have to deal with any of this. It's like with crime that's going on in certain parts of the country where like the people who are rich, who live in these gated neighborhoods, who live in areas where there is really no crime and no quality of life is the same. It's easy for them to say, oh, we should do X, Y, or Z and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, someone has to deal with that. So I don't really see anything wrong with saying, all right, well, if you want it, you will deal with the problem and then we'll give it to you. But what's ironic is that these people got a tiny fraction of all of the people who entered illegally. And they had to declare a state of emergency and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like, well, y'all are the main ones saying that we want this and that y'all are bigoted and that you're racist for not wanting this. It's like, okay, well, you get a small percentage of them and you see what it's causing in your communities. And now all of a sudden you have a state of emergency, but you can't understand the problems that we're having here in Texas, where this is really like the bulk of them come through here. Houston already had an issue. Houston leads the country in sex trafficking. Did you know that? For my life, essentially. I can't think of a time it didn't. And it's gotten worse. We're dealing with that same situation here. It's not on the news as much because it's like, I guess they don't care, but it's been a thing here. You go to a certain part of town and like, it's weird. Like it's just them, they're in this area and it's just, you see all these foreign flags and it's just them. And it's causing an issue. So it's kind of interesting to me that, they get a small percentage of them and they're not able to handle it, while at the same time saying that we should be able to handle it. I don't know how that works.
This is being felt far from the border, including cities like Chicago, where officials say resources are running thin.
Now, the mayor of Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson, decided to open up the city's checkbook and start spending on these illegal migrants like crazy.
Now to NBC5 investigates, which for months has followed the money trail tied to Chicago's migrant mission. Total spending now tops more than $400.
I don't know. I can't go with that. Here's why. You can't throw away nuance. Unfortunately, we don't have single issue bills. So you can't just say, well, they didn't vote for XY bill, because it's like, it's not that. It's that plus a whole bunch of other stuff. And they do this stuff on purpose. And I'm not saying they as just whoever you're talking about. I mean, like both parties. They both do the same thing where they'll bundle all these different bills together and they'll try to put it under one hot topic thing to try to get it to pass. And if it doesn't pass, and they'll be like, oh, they didn't want this. But it's just like, well, I'm curious, did you actually read the bill that they rejected? All these are public, by the way. Like, I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to read these things, but you can read them. You'll see that it wasn't just a border. It was a bunch of other things that had nothing to do with it. In fact, as far as I know, it was bundling Ukraine aid in addition to that bill. So it wasn't just that bill. So we can't lose sight of nuance. Right? It's like, yes, that was included as a part of it, but that wasn't the bill. Now, I think we can solve these problems if we made laws to where Congress can only vote on single issue bills. I think that would solve a lot of problems. But then again, that would mean that the bureaucracy, as it is right now, wouldn't be able to, continue to grift and take advantage of us, because if things were voted on a single issue, it probably would be things that are really just for our best interest that would pass, and then everything else, like all these like side pet projects that people want, they wouldn't get through. That's kind of what I think. Oh, I'm confused. All right, well, show me the link. I agree. The other issue is that they gave Venezuelans special treatment because we destabilized their country with tariffs. Wait, who are you saying? How so? Wait, how so to what? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I think maybe I'm confused. Oh, you think that? Oh, okay. Sure. You seem to think that people, grown men, don't have agency and they just bow down to what someone says. If you think that low of humans, then I don't know what to tell you. In my opinion, that's not how men operate. It's not just someone says so and they go along with it. That's generally not how it happens. But let's see if I'm confused. Let's go and look at this border bill that you're saying is more than just. That's just more than what I just said, because obviously I didn't read the bill that I just told you that I may have read. Let's see. Let's see. Border, I think it was in 2024, right? Border bill 2024. Border Act of 20 bill DHS emergency. Okay, let's go take a look at the bill text. Okay. So let's take a look. The act might be cited as Border Act of 2020. Okay. So we have a lot of things. Let's just scroll. Let's get a sense of what's here. Okay. So we get chapter 1, hiring authorities, hiring waivers, alternatives to detention and improvement, modernizing notices to appear, a solemn process, fulfilling promises to Afghan allies, promoting legal immigration, self-sufficiency, due process, protecting due process, accountability and metrics, other matters. Okay, severability. Okay, all right. Let's see here. So is this the bill? Is this the correct bill? I'm just wanting to make sure. Wait, not Democrat. I'm not saying, I don't know who. I don't really care who it was. I'm just saying, like, we don't have single issue bills. Are you telling me that that's false? That our legislator doesn't do single issue bills? Is that what you're telling me, that that's false? I want to make sure I'm clear. GPV noted, Parliament member Langford was the one that presented the bill, not documents. Not, okay, I see what you're saying. Not Democrats. Well, I mean, yeah, that could be. Yeah, he presented a bill, but like, what's in the bill? That's important. That's important. What's in the bill? It's not just, okay, here's a bill, and it's just like, let's just sign it. No, you got to read more than just the top part. You got to read the thing and see, all right, well, what are they actually saying? Are there actually things in here? Because that's what I've noticed with a lot of these Congress people, is that they bury a lot of shit in these things, and you'd be surprised when you read some of them. You're like, what the hell? Why is this even here? So I would imagine that that's probably the reason, more so than not. In my opinion, there is no left or right. Well, I mean, I'm in your opinion, but maybe our friend isn't there yet. Maybe he's still, there. Like, you're over here concerned about who presented it. I don't give a shit who presented it. I think you've missed it. You must think that I'm someone like you where I give a shit about left or right. I don't. Again, I told you it's poor and rich. That's what I've recognized. It's poor and rich. As far as I know, my rich friends are both on the left and on the right, which tells me that, it don't matter whether or not you're left or right. It's really about whether you're rich or poor. Yeah, of course both sides blame each other. Like, are you are you blind? Like, I mean, seriously, have you not noticed that? Have you not noticed that? How old are you? I'm just curious. How long have you been on this earth? Maybe you haven't been here long enough to see it. I'm not that old, all right? I'm only 36, but I recognized it about 25, 26 years ago, that all they do is point the finger at each other. They deflect blame to each other. That's basically what they do. And to be honest, a lot of these people are friends behind closed doors. At the end of the day, they're all rich and you're still poor. So while you're over here saying, it's Democrats, Republicans, what you fail to realize is that they are richer than you. So as far as I'm concerned, you're not one of them. You're not in their class. So long as you're not paying hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars a year in taxes, you are not in the same class. You're the labor, the work, the employee. If we go into feudalism terms, they're the lords, you're the serf. And I'm saying that instead of saying, oh, left and right, that's a wedge. Instead of looking at that, look at the fact that it's really, they are richer than you. They have more wealth than you. They have more power because they have more wealth than you. So that's the thing you should be focused on, is like, how do I unite with other people? And by the way you do that is not by constantly blabbing about left, right, Democrat, Republican. No one gives a shit. Well, some people do, but I don't. Like, I've said that. I'm being dead ass. I don't care. I'm not someone who votes, because I recognize that no matter who you vote for, they're going to do what's in their best interest. So with that in mind, I did that in my life, and it worked out well for me, right? Like, I can't say that it'll work out well for you, but I focused on me, and I got to what I needed to get to, which was freedom. And with freedom, I got even more chance to look and see, all right, I see what this really is, which is what I'm trying to tell you, but it seems like it keeps going over your head. It's not a left or right thing. You can boil it down to that, but it's not a left right thing. We're the same age, and I realized at the same age I'm dead. I wasn't talking to you, by the way. I was talking about Shin. I can't say this. Shin Talks the. I can't read that. I'm trying to read it. Your name, the X Vortex. I'm gonna call you X Vortex, bro, because that's the best. That's the best I can do. I was only sharing the fact I'm lost as why you got defensive. Well, yeah, because you keep going back to Democrats and Republicans. It's just like, why are you? Like, at no point have I said Democrats and Republicans, and it's just like, why are we talking about Democrats and Republicans? This shit's stupid to me. It's not Democrats and Republicans. It's rich poor. These people are rich. They're rich from corporations. The corporations who bought them. The corporations who own you and me and them. The corporations is where we should be focusing our eyes on. I'm saying that whether you look at a Democrat or a Republican, they both suck the same D. They suck the D of the corporations. That simple. So in my mind, like, it doesn't matter who they are. It's just like, okay, they serve the same lords. So given that they serve the same lords, let's ignore this little abstraction layer, and let's go above to the people who are actually in control, and let's try to figure out, what do they stand to gain? And I know what they stand to gain. They don't want to pay labor, because labor is the most expensive thing in running a business. If you want to increase your profits, well, you want to reduce your cost. And if your largest cost is labor, then of course, you want to make sure that labor is in high supply so that you can drive wages down. Now, here's why I know that this isn't the government's thinking. The government has an incentive to make sure that citizens earn as much money as possible, because that's where they get their money, through taxes. The more we make, the more taxes we pay, the more the government makes. But we have these corporate masters who buy politicians, and because politicians are on these 2-year, 4-year election cycles, well, they're easily corruptible. They're thinking short term, because once they get in, the first thing they're thinking about is, how do I get reelected? Not, how do I make sure that the Americans who are born 2 generations from now are going to have a higher, or at least the same standard of living as an American who's born today. They're not thinking that way. They're thinking short term, because unfortunately, just due to the way our political system works, they have to think about being reelected. So of course you're going to focus on short term things. That's one of the downsides of our government. And I'm not saying that we should necessarily change it, but it's important to recognize that is a downside to our government. It's that because we have elections so often, that it incentivizes short-term thinking. We don't have the same long-term horizons that other countries that have leaders that don't leave have. A good example is let's say China, Russia, and China. They don't have to worry about these things. So, they're going to think about things more strategically on a longer time horizon than we will. And one thing that's very obvious, and especially when you're abroad, is that it's hard for other countries to understand where America is going to go or how we're going to react, because every 4 years the government changes completely. So it's kind of hard to deal with, and honestly, it makes it hard for us to get anything done, because we have one person in office, and then it's like, oh, he's the worst person ever, and then it's like, well, shit. like at a certain point, we got to just focus on the future, but we can't do that. It's a flaw in how our government's organized, but what can I do other than just call it out? You guys missed my point, maybe. We kind of saying the same, it's different words. I was sharing with you that played out as I saw it, not necessarily talking about which side is right. I'm humbly letting you know, now you got it wrong. Yeah, I need to change it. I don't know. What could you call you, X, bro? Yeah, I'm gonna call you X Vortex. I can remember that. Yeah, we all know about lobbyists. Yeah, well, it goes deeper than just lobbying, bro. Like it's deeper than lobbying, because think about what it takes for a person to run for office. It takes a lot of money. It's basically whoever spends the most money wins the election, which is disgusting. Personally, that's how our political system works. Is whoever has the most money will likely win the election. And I'm not just talking about the president. I'm talking about from local, state to federal. Generally, whoever spends the most wins. And who supports these people? It's not necessarily lobbyists. It's all of these super PACs. Who funds these super PACs? That's really it. It's like the people who are giving the money to the politicians. That's why I keep saying that they purchase politicians. That's basically what they're doing. The biggest companies, they donate to both, because they realize that it doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on. Like once you purchase them, well, they're going to work in your best interest, which we see that happening all the time. Even now with all these new tax cuts and shit, like let's be real, like these tax cuts are because that's what the people who put them in office asked for. It's not us. It's the people who gave them the money. Like that dude who gave $75 million, and now all of a sudden the investigation into some of the fraud that he was doing is somehow just being swept under the rug. I bet you that's the best $75 million this man has ever spent. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to pay 75 mil so this can go away. All right, and it goes away. And he's good now. Oh, you're a woman? Oh, okay. Oh, I wonder if you're one of the 16%, because I don't have a lot of women who watch my thing. I have 16%, which is a lot for the kind of, because I mostly do tech stuff kind of. And I've seen the numbers for other like male creators. And it's kind of embarrassing because like they'll have like 1 or 2% female audience. I'm actually was surprised when I saw mine. I'm like, how in the hell is it 16%? I'm like, that's surprising. All right, well, it's cool. Nice to have you here. That's actually kind of good. You're a minority. Hopefully in the future it'll go up to a little bit more, maybe 20% or 25%. I don't ever expect it to get to 50-50, real talk. Not the way I talk, because I don't really hold back that much anymore. It's like, for what? I don't mind hurting people's feelings and arguing, and I don't think a lot of women like that. These bots are definitely going to be here a lot sooner than people realize. I disagree with the tax theory because they print whatever they want when they want. We're trillions in debt. Our taxes don't matter, in my opinion. I don't know, man. Like, I think our taxes mean a lot. Because at the end of the day, that's the only real value. Yeah, you can print money, but when you print money, it's not valuable. All you're doing is reducing the value of said money. Inflation, right? That's the hidden tax. That's effectively what all you're doing. Gets tiring talking about it when you're living it. Well, I don't get tired of talking about anything these days. As you can see here, I've been talking for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. Yesterday, I was talking for about 5.5 hours. The day before, it was 6 hours. Sometimes it's 7, 8, 9 hours. That's one thing that I don't have a problem doing. Talking is easy for me. I've worked hard in other things. I'm just like, it's easy for me to sit on my ass and talk shit. That's easy for me. I understand that it's not easy for everyone, but yeah, I don't mind talking about anything. And plus, you got to keep in mind, because I'm doing these live stream things or whatever, I'm going to say the same things over and over and over again. Like a lot of these conversations, I've had these over and over and over again. You don't know that because, this is your first time seeing me maybe. But no, I get the same shit a lot of times. I'm just like, man, I just talked about that. In fact, I have a whole, like I was thinking about doing videos, but then I was like, people ain't even going to watch the videos. They'll still find some way to say, oh, you this and this and this. I'll be like, I've already talked about that. But what I find is that I had to repeat myself. Which if you knew me, if you knew who I was, I hate repeating myself. But I'm finding that that's what you have to do. When you're doing this type of stuff, people are going to discover you when they discover you, and you can't expect them to go look at your backlog that includes thousands of hours of content, and for them to go and really learn about how you're thinking and approaching certain things. I can't expect you to go do that, and I won't even tell you to do that. Only thing I would hope, and this is a hope, not an expectation, is that over time you start to see more and more of my stuff, and you start to get a feel for how I think about things or how I approach things. And you may find that I repeat myself a lot, and you might be tired of it. Guess what? I'm tired of it too. But it's part of it, right? Like you got to repeat yourself over and over and over again, because that's what propaganda does, right? Like think about the news. All they do is repeat the same shit over and over and over and over and over again for years, decades, my entire life. And you know what? It's effective. And the only way that you counteract that is, well, you got to do the same thing. Fortunately, I have this outlet now. Like this is not something that we always had. Like in the past, it would have been impossible for someone like me to say the things that I'm saying and for you to hear them over that, like, in a broadcast style type of thing. And this is, again, where I recognize this as a privilege, right? Where if I were born a little bit earlier before I was born, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to have something like this to where I can share these thoughts with other people, for them to share their thoughts with me, and for us to do what we're doing. So in that sense, I think we should all, not take this for granted. Like this live stream thing, I think is really important. And I'm starting to see that it has a lot of value. It's hard. I'm not going to lie. It's hard as hell, but it has a lot of value, because when more and more people start to join in, and you start to get people from different walks of life, we all learn. We all get better. Hopefully, I hope we all get better. I don't know. Let's see here. Our dollar is backed by the U.S. Yes, you're right. It is backed by the U.S. military, not our taxes. But I never said that our dollar was backed by taxes. I said our government was funded by taxes. And as far as I know, there is no person in the military who's going to be in the military unless they're getting paid and where they can feed their family. And I wonder how they get paid. I'm just curious. How do they get paid? Where do their paychecks come from? Can't forget that. Someone has to pay the soldiers. And in every other civilization, when the soldiers don't get paid, they stop being soldiers for your state. And you are lucky if they just stop being soldiers for your state. But what often happens is whoever pays them, they're going to be a soldier for them. And you better hope that whoever pays them doesn't have anything against your state. It's just the truth of the matter. Like at the end of the day, people are going to do what puts food on the table. And if you can't put food on the table, why would they risk their life for you? So you got to make sure they're fed. And that costs a lot of money. Most of our tax dollars goes to the military. There is probably a reason why our Department of Defense has never passed an audit. I don't know if they're ever going to get an audit. Like, I don't know if Elon is really, I don't know if he is ready for that, you know. It seems that anytime anyone wants to do anything in regards to an audit with that particular part of the government, it seems as if they end up not being here anymore. They fall out of a window, you know. That's what it seems like. All right, let's go on. I'm gonna make this faster. I normally watch these things at 1.25, so yeah, just keep that in mind.
Of 2022, the city of Chicago has spent more than $400 million, according to the city's spending website. Nearly $253 million went to one private company, Kansas-based Favorite Healthcare Staffing.
Let that sink in. They couldn't even have the decency to use a local within their state, a company, to do this. I have a feeling that whoever is on the board of this Favorite Healthcare Staffing probably has some friends or some family who is in the government in Illinois. I'd be willing to put some money on that. I'd be willing to put a lot of money on that.
Which staffs the shelters. Another $76 million went to Equitable Social Solutions. That company partnered with another called ReloShare, which helped identify and sign lease agreements with property owners of the buildings that eventually became the migrant shelters.
So as you see, Mayor Johnson dropped $400 million on the migrant crisis, and millions more are piling up every month. Now, by September 2024, we were all...
Wow, fuck. That's almost $1 billion. Shortfall means that where's the money coming from? Holy crap. You know, this makes me upset. Again, I'm not from Chicago. I don't have no love for that city. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not from there. However, these are still Americans. And this pisses me off. That this city, which is supposed to focus on their citizens and making sure that the money that they take from their citizens is used to make sure that their citizens have a high quality of life. 400 million of it went to these other people. I'm sure Chicago has homeless people, or people who weren't homeless who are now homeless. I'm pretty sure they have that. And instead of focusing on that, they're focusing on making sure illegal migrants, criminals, felons are not homeless. Okay.
Almost at $1 billion budget deficit. But now we had a major problem. See, Mayor Brandon Johnson ran on a platform of, I'm not going to raise your property taxes, but he's been spending your money like crazy. Here is his campaign ad saying that he wasn't going to raise your property taxes.
I won't raise your property taxes. Then candidate for mayor, Brandon Johnson.
The people of Chicago want to know, will you raise a tax, whether it be a property tax or implement something else?
Well, it's interesting. No one has ever asked me if I'm going to raise a tax.
In January, we sat down and asked the mayor multiple times if he'd use a property tax increase to pay for the city's debts. At the time, one of the biggest concerns was paying for the migrant crisis.
So you can commit to you not raising property taxes, regardless of how bad the situation gets.
Okay, I stopped the video. He's either going to say yes or no.
I can tell by the way he's looking at, like, doing his lips and mouth and kind of looking, and how he deflected that question and saying nobody, oh, that's interesting. Nobody's ever asked me that. Like, he's getting ready to lie. Like, why does it matter if someone's asked you that before? Who gives a shit? Nobody asked you that question. She asked you, are you going to raise taxes? Oh, it's a good question. No one, it's like, okay, shut up. Like, don't waste our time. Answer the question, yes or no. Are you going to raise these people's taxes? Because as far as I understand, people in Illinois pay a lot in taxes. I don't know what they're getting for it. No, Illinois is one of the states that's losing population. Year over year net, they're losing population for the past 3 years. You know, it takes a lot to uproot your whole family and move away from your family, or move away from the life that you built somewhere to another state. Like, that's a strong indicator of something. Either there's not enough opportunity, like economic opportunity in the place. I know some people are just going to move for weather and all that, but like I think that's a minority. It's either going to be that, it's going to be the quality of life is not great for the amount of money that they're having to pay to live there. It's things like that. And oh man, I don't know. This is sad.
No, he's going to say a lot of words, but either it's going to be a yes or no. Now, I'm assuming if it was a no, you say no, right? Because no is easy. But let's see what he says.
My budget, the $16.77 billion that I just passed, 41 alders, I believe, supported this budget. And we did all of that without raising property taxes. The evidence is in what I passed.
Now, the issue is that the migrants kept coming and they needed to spend more money to take care of the illegal migrants. It got to a point where even the mayor was having panic attacks.
As we sit here and tape this, it's getting cold and snowy in Chicago, and Brandon Johnson has got his hands full to deal with that. But you've seen it. You have seen people, your community starting.
Know about it. Antidepressants can cure him of this problem.
No. He certainly was feeling the malaise.
I know. It's so true. And, actually, you brought it up. I was going to bring it up, and I thought,
panic attacks? The mayor's panic attacks?
Now, that's actually interesting. A full-grown man having panic attacks, a mayor. I've never heard of a mayor having panic attacks. That's interesting.
Oh, can we talk about that?
Yeah, can we talk about that? Because two sources told me that he has been in the hospital for these panic attacks, and he is stressed out because this is a big, big job for him.
He wasn't ready for it.
He's not ready for it. He is not ready for it. He's not a leader. I'm sorry. He's just not a leader.
He's not.
And
he's not a leader, yet he was elected. Just let that sink in. At a certain point, I do understand that people elect these people. And maybe this is an indictment of the people who got them in the office. And I do understand that not everybody votes, especially in local stuff. I don't know what the voter turnout is in that region, but I mean, he got voted in, and they're saying that he's not a good leader and all that. I'm just like, well, how did he get voted in?
And, a leader, brings people up and supports them. And the Chicago police are still waiting to see where that comes from. Yeah, he put in a good superintendent, but I still think that he needs to prove himself to the police. Where does he stand on that? But this immigration issue, boy, this is not helping him at all, this situation. And, when you call yourself a sanctuary city, you call yourself a sanctuary state, guess what's going to happen? Don't blame Texas, because Texas, if you look at what they're dealing with, they have a massive influx. We don't even show the videos on television. The amount of people that are just standing around, and now they're desperate, because what happens when people don't have money or they don't have food? They start breaking into things. They start committing crimes. They start working for the cartels. They start doing human trafficking. They start becoming victims of human trafficking. So they had to do, what are they going to do with all these people? They had to get them out of their city. And, well, sanctuary city, you're the welcoming city, so you're going to get what you asked for, or what you said you were.
So now Mayor Brandon Johnson needed some money to take care of the migrants. He had promised not to raise property taxes, but then he went to City Hall and said, hey, guess what? Let's raise property taxes by $300 million.
Brandon Johnson was more than 40 minutes into his speech before he broke the bad news to homeowners across the city.
This budget currently includes a property tax increase of $300 million to fund and keep our commitment to fund not just our pension contributions, but to fund the future of our city.
Now, remember, Johnson had promised not to raise property taxes when he was running, remember?
I won't raise your property taxes.
But now he is raising property taxes, or at least trying to raise property taxes. So the citizens, let them know how they feel.
Good evening, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I want to know, how does it feel that Trump is in office right now? You see the Mayor Brandon Johnson, you underestimate us.
Mr. Sims, direct your attention towards me, please.
You're a criminal. Why do I got to address you? The feds need to address you. DOJ need to address you, and hopefully Donald Trump will address you, because you're going to protect the undocumented. Why you going to allow for the citizens in Chicago to suffer under your, 33%? See, Joe Lopez cooked that 3% up a long time ago.
What about our real estate? Because, see, we paid for these properties for a purpose, and not for you to go touching it with $300 million that you want to siphon out of the citizens' pockets. Get rid of the illegals, and that'll take your money right back. Start it off with that.
So now the city council had a choice. Do they go with the mayor's $300 million plan, or do they reject it? Well, they unanimously rejected it.
The first breaking news at City Hall. Mayor Brandon Johnson's property tax hike is rejected by City Council.
It is unanimous. Every single alderperson voted it down. The mayor's $300 million property tax proposal. They say they have plenty of ideas. Now Mayor Brandon Johnson is going to be forced to listen to them.
So the mayor had to come up with a new plan because they weren't going to raise property taxes $300 million. So what about taking out an $800 million loan? And
oh my gosh. I wonder if y'all know this. Chicago, they don't even own the meters on their streets. What I mean by this is, let's say that you're parking somewhere in Chicago. That money isn't going to Chicago. It's an international organization. I think it's in Saudi Arabia that owns that. So all of that money is going to them. That's the case for a lot of tolls too. A lot of the tolls that we're paying here in America, they aren't locally owned. They are owned by internationals. So that money is going outside of our country. It's just something worth knowing.
Let's say it's for infrastructure.
Chicago City Council is set to vote today on Mayor Brandon Johnson's plan to borrow $830 million for maintenance and infrastructure projects. But that plan essentially kicks the can down the road for more debt to future taxpayers.
All right, so let's take a closer look at the main issue, the structure of the deal. It's $830 million in borrowed funds for things like construction.
Oh my gosh. 830 million. All right. Interest only payments starting in 2027. They don't get to the principal until 2045. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So instead of paying $300 million, they're going to pay $2 billion. That is disgusting. Now, I do understand how the time value of money works. You know, they're going to pay this in inflated dollars over time. If inflation it keeps on its current pace, $2 billion won't be that much. But the chances of that remaining $2 billion is quite low. We don't know if this is a fixed interest or if this is something that gets calculated every 5 years. We don't know any of that. This also doesn't say what the maturity date is. Oh my gosh, this is okay.
Projects, transportation, building maintenance, but it will cost taxpayers at least $2 billion when all is said and done. Under the original plan, the city would make interest-only payments starting in 2027, but the city wouldn't make any principal payments until 2045. That's 20 years from now, majorly inflating costs.
So the mayor says, hey, we're going to borrow $800 million now. We'll pay back $2 billion, and by the time you have to pay the money back, it'll be 20 years from now. And don't worry, I won't be around. But the city council had another plan. They said, there's got to be another way.
I was shocked at the timing of the proposal. On January 14th, S&P, the largest credit rating agency, downgraded us to BBB, barely above junk status.
Oh, that is low. Oh, that's a hit. That's a hit. You know, Chicago might be the second city, other than Detroit, that goes bankrupt. BBB is not good. That's actually embarrassing. Oh my gosh. Hold on. 2014, I was on Bastion when the Taliban took uniforms from the trash. Percent snuck into the base dressed up as us, hit us. It got swept under the rug after 2 weeks. But KB&R Halliburton screened one of them. I don't think you should be saying this here. Just saying. I'm not saying I'm just saying I don't think you should be saying this publicly. I'm sure you understand why. But I am aware of certain things like with KBR and Halliburton. I won't say, but I have some people who I know very well who was over there while I was in college. just say that. I'll leave it at that. And I also, I can't talk about this. I'm sure you know. If you know, you know. If you have certain types of things, and I think you may know what I'm getting at. If you have, so you're not even supposed to say that you had one or have one, or the level at which you had, or for which you're not even supposed to say that. So we'll just do a wink and a nod, and I'll say I understand, and you can yeah. I've done some things too, but not in the field like it was. Yeah, we won't get into that.
And on January 15th, the mayor's office made the announcement they were going to seek this $830 million worth of debt. And the timing of that was clearly terrible.
Some council members say they're upset that total cost never came up when the Finance Committee approved this.
But the terms of this bond are ridiculous. Ridiculous. The fact that the first payment is not due until
I'm sorry I had to be this person. I had to be pedantic, but ridiculous is LOUS, not LIS. Just saying. I just have to point that out.
new administration takes seat.
We know we need to fix stuff, but we've got to be transparent, people. We've got to be honest.
Now, today, the full city council decided to defer a vote on that $830 million bond, so it'll be at least 48 hours until any action is taken.
Now listen, it's obvious. Chicago has a big problem. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars on migrants, and now they don't have enough money to take care of the regular stuff. And that's a shame because Brandon Johnson did them dirty, and he's out the door. And I also want to make mention that with this $800 million loan that he wants to take out, they're also going to be paying teachers. Now, why is that important? Because Brandon Johnson is on leave from his job as a teacher in the city of Chicago. See, he works for the union and he still kept his job as a teacher. So when they get that $800 million loan, if they do get it, then he will benefit from it because he will get a pay raise because he still works as a teacher. Or actually, let me correct myself. He's on leave from his teaching job in Chicago, which again, seems to me to be a conflict of interest. So now the city council of Chicago has decided to actually take out this $830.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Come on.
Oh my God!
They can't be serious. They just $830 million, and you borrow it, and you have no oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, I don't know what to say. That I think the only time that you should borrow money is if you expect to have a return on your investment that is greater than the interest rate. I don't think their infrastructure is going to result in increased tax revenues, aka a return on that investment. Now, they're not saying what the rate is. Oh, it says, okay, total repayment cost. Okay, so we can kind of calculate how much interest they're going to pay. Like, what's the finance charge? Okay, so we're going to do 2 billion divided by 830 million. Ooh. That's a lot of interest. Yeah. I don't even want to see what that is annualized. Let's just keep going.
$30 million loan, voting extremely narrowly to do Brandon Johnson's bidding.
A slim victory for Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson today. Alderman narrowly passed his plan to borrow $830 million.
Now, if they declare bankruptcy, what they're going to have is austerity measures, which I think we're seeing that now, kind of. Other countries have gone through austerity, and it's never great. It's never good. And what that basically means is you're going to get poor. More of your money is going to be taken to service that debt. And if you do declare bankruptcy, well, now, unless you have enough cash flow to cover your operating expenses, which you probably won't, you're now going to have to take loans out at insane interest rates. And the only way you pay that off is by, well, offering less services, but you're going to be paying a shit ton of taxes. More of your money is going to be going over to service that debt, meaning that average Americans, everyday Americans, will lose purchasing power. Unlike the federal government, a state and a city can't just go out and print money and deflate their dollars and pay back, the loan with that. But even if you do that, that also decreases your credit, your credit rating. It happened to us. We were downgraded. America, we were downgraded. And as a result, we have to offer higher interest rates because, well, how else are you going to convince people to purchase your bonds or purchase your debt, if you want to look at it that way? That's technically what it is. But how are you going to convince them to purchase your debt? Let's say, for me, right? If I'm looking at bonds, if the interest rate is only 2%, why would I buy bonds when I can go purchase equities, like stocks? I can go purchase equities where I'm going to get a return of between 6 to 8% on average. But I'm going to be real, over the past 4 or 5 years, it's been significantly higher than that. So it's okay, I can go out, just looking at my numbers, I can go out and earn between 20 to 25, 30% on my investment by putting it in equities. Or I can go and earn 3%. I appreciate the follow. I just heard something. Aaron. Okay. I guess it's you who just followed. Yeah. I appreciate the follow, man. Yeah, it's if I can go out and get a 25% return on investment in equities, wow, I'm about to go take a 2% return on some bonds. What the hell? Why would I do that? I understand, yes, it's guaranteed, but the yield is not great right now because, the value, people are not going to pay as much for these bonds. So if I want to sell out, I'm not going to get much. So it's all right, I'm not getting much yield. It's not great. No, it's not good. Man, this is going to be bad.
To repair roads, sidewalks, and bridges.
Here's his plan. The city will borrow $830 million to be paid off over 30 years. This will cost taxpayers an estimated $2 billion to repay. Opponents argue it is too much.
We do need to do the routine things to keep the city moving, but an $830 million bond is totally inflated.
Some aldermen were concerned that the money would be used for the $175 million pension payment the Chicago Public Schools is responsible for. So to appease those concerns, a change was made to guarantee that the money approved today can only be used for capital and infrastructure projects.
I thought that was certainly an improvement, but my main concern of this was the debt repayment schedule that is wildly irresponsible.
So now, would it shock you that Mayor Johnson has some of the worst approval ratings in the history of the city of Chicago?
Ooh. Wait. What? Wow. Dang. That's bad. Wow, okay. So unfavorable, 4 and 5. God dang, man, I would hate to be in that position.
Approval ratings in the history of the city of
Dang, even Brian, there are not even that many people with no opinion. That's how you know it's bad. Man.
Chicago. These people want him out of office as soon as possible.
A new poll reveals how Chicagoans are feeling about their mayor and the powerful Chicago Teachers Union.
Long story short, they have a lot of work to do to get back into good standing with people.
The pollster conducted a cross-section of Chicagoans, all neighborhoods and ethnic backgrounds, to get these results. Not good for the mayor. Poll sampled 798 voters from January 21st to the 23rd and asked them, do you have a favorable opinion of Mayor Johnson? 14% answered strongly favorable or somewhat favorable. 80% unfavorable, with the rest having no opinion. Also asked the opinion of the powerful Chicago Teachers Union. 28.8% said they had a strongly or somewhat favorable view of it. 60.2% unfavorable. So the ideological makeup of this poll mirrors the way the city has voted in presidential elections. 14% of respondents identified as conservative, 86% as moderate, liberal, or very liberal.
But now I'm going to throw it to you. If you're one of these city councilors, would you be voting for this $800 million loan? It's insane old stuff, but that's what.
Hell, that's just poor finance. That's just poor finance right there. That's not good. Aaron Ryan says I got that premium camera ONG. I don't know what ONG means. I'm sorry, but yeah, I mean it's one of my older cameras. I back when I used to travel, I used to bring a couple camera bodies, this A7S3 and my A7 IV, which I have a video that me and my friend did. I'll be editing that and putting that up later. It's a long video. Like we were supposed to be doing an overview of my new Sony A1 Mark II. And we ended up just having a conversation about photography. I was just like, it's a good conversation. I'll just cut it up a little bit and put it online. But I still need to make my video, my overview, and then I'll do a bunch of content about the A1, how to use it, my camera settings, why I set it up the way I do, how to use certain aspects of it, how to do certain things, technical photography type things, like focus stacking or bracketing, exposure bracketing. For HDR type stuff, how to use the different focus modes, all that kind of crap. Also the video capabilities, and then that would conclude with a review. I assume you're in the camera since you brought up the camera. That's one of my things that I'm really interested in, just FYI, cameras, music. I do photography for fun. I'm a hobbyist. Same with videos. I make music over there. I have my little MPC. I got like Ableton, Pro Tools, all that stuff. I got all that. And I make my own programs. That's one of the things I do. I cook too. If you look at my YouTube channel, you'll see I have some cooking videos. I'm trying to do more of it. I have a video that I'll be releasing soon. I have a rough cut of it, but I've been doing the stream, so I haven't worked on it. All right, I have another video. This one is fired CFPB director hits back. Zuckerberg, Jamie Dimon, and Tech Bros. All right. Could you check out my comp sci portfolio website? Perhaps. What I would recommend you do is join the Discord, which is in the description of my video of the stream on YouTube. I don't know how you would find it. I think on my Twitch there is a thing like a link to Linktree or something, which you can go. There's a link to my Discord. You could throw it there, but you can't share links in Twitch, and that's not me saying that. That's just how Twitch is set up. I don't really use Twitch. I know you're watching me on Twitch. I get that, but I'm not actually. I'm multi-streaming to a bunch of places, and I'm just on Twitch. Oh, you got it. Okay, well, perfect. Yeah, you just throw it there. Now I won't do it here live, obviously, because in the past when I do anything that I actually enjoy, like programming and stuff like that, no one watches it and no one likes it, and it tanks my channel. I have a full 1.5 2 years of evidence to show that it's like, no, that's actually the case. I started out doing these things called devlogs, which were long, these streams basically, instead of me talking shit and watching videos, doing nothing of value, I was actually trying to show people how to build stuff and, what it's like to be an actual engineer, but no one cared. So here we are.
Down on all the American companies and do whatever you want.
What would you say to Zuckerberg?
Okay, let me move it to here. All right. So this is from Breaking Point. And Ryan, I actually kind of like Ryan. I mean, he has some thoughts and some takes that I'm like, oh, it's interesting. But I like him. I think he's a great journalist. He reminds me of what journalists used to be like when I was younger. So yeah, we'll watch this.
Part of the reason the CFPB has been targeted is because you have big tech conglomerates that are looking to get into banking, lending, and payments, and they don't even want a minor speed bump in that process. Mr. Musk, Elon Musk, he has stated they want Twitter X to become a bank, the ability to move and track payments across its platforms. And I think that it's reasonable for Americans to wonder, why is he targeting this little agency?
Today's guest is, from one angle, a hero to millions of people for returning billions of dollars to consumers as the former director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. To Jamie Dimon, he's an arrogant, out-of-touch SOB. To billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, he's a vile threat to the American Republic. He is Rohit Chopra, former head of the CFPB.
Wait, so I just want y'all to realize that this is a quote from Jamie Dimon. He is the guy that's over JP Morgan Chase. And this is what he has to say about the ex-chief of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Commissioner pushed out recently by Donald Trump. Welcome, Rohit.
Great to be with you.
So let's start. We have a lot to get through because there has been a lot thrown your way and at the way of the CFPB. But let's start with Jamie Dimon, who, as we just put up there, during a town hall with his own banking employees, just utterly unleashed on you. Arrogant, out of touch, son of a gun. Except he didn't say gun. The family program, so we'll stick with gun.
Wait. Jamie Dimon is calling someone else out of touch. All right, let's pull up. Maybe y'all don't know who Jamie Dimon is, right? Let's just, this guy. Let's see how much he earned. Salary, 2024. So this guy, who earned about $40 million last year, is saying that this other guy is out of touch. Now, the head of any government organization isn't making millions of dollars. Let's be clear. They're not making anywhere near millions of dollars. They're not even making $1 million. So a man who is likely a multi-billionaire is saying that someone who has to earn wages is out of touch. Now, my question is, who is he out of touch with? Is it us, the masses, the people who also earn most of their income from, going to work, a paycheck? Or is he out of touch with the elite class who most of their income comes from returns on their capital? I'm inclined to say it's the former, but I don't know. Maybe I got that wrong. I get a lot of things wrong sometimes.
Why is Jamie Dimon so angry at you?
Well, I don't know exactly.
I probably have some idea.
Well, I get it. This is an extremely emotional time for him and others. One of President Trump's first set of remarks at Davos, actually, he called out Jamie Dimon and Brian Moynihan, the CEO of Bank of America, by name. The issue of debanking, deplatforming is one that has really cut across lines. And also, there's some real questions about the lawsuit that we brought against JP Morgan Chase and other banks for allowing fraud to fester on Zelle. I think that lawsuit will let it work through the courts, but there are some questions about whether the new CFPB will simply defund all of its investigations against big banks and big tech companies, and that's really an open one for all of us.
There was also something about Jamie Dimon didn't like something you guys were pushing about letting people move their money from one bank to another. What was that one?
Yeah, some of the largest banks, and I know he was personally very upset. The idea of giving consumers the ability to switch their accounts more seamlessly. You might remember, Ryan.
The Move Your Money movement.
Well, remember when you actually couldn't.
I will say that it is harder than you think to move money between accounts. Actual amounts of money, right? It's harder than you think. It's insane. It almost makes you question. It's like, is this my money or not? It's kind of weird.
Didn't change your phone carrier.
That's right.
Unless you switched your phone number. And the FCC issued an order saying, no, let's give consumers a little bit more power to vote with their feet. That's exactly one of the laws that had been on the books. It sat dormant, but during my time there, we wanted to make that a reality because we saw the billions of dollars that large banks, credit card companies were able to harvest because they create an obstacle course to switching accounts.
Yeah. So you brought up debanking. So let's move to that one, which is not the one I have in here, H1, but let's start with H2. This is Mark Zuckerberg appearing on Joe Rogan's podcast. And I want people to notice that when he's about to say the word consumer, he pretends to forget the name of the agency because it isn't helpful to him, I think, to call it the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because you're starting on your back foot when you're a company that says you're against that. So let's roll H2 here, and then I want to get you to respond to this Zuckerberg allegation.
And we had organizations that were looking into us that were not really involved with social media, like the CFPB, like this financial. I don't even know what it stands for. It's the financial organization that Elizabeth Warren had set up.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's him pretending to forget. I think sometimes certain people are so in it that they assume that everyone else must be in it and they must know these things. I can forgive someone for not remembering what a government organization stands for because they're all alphabet soup. So, yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know if I would. I think that was a reach on his part. However, let's keep going.
Oh, great.
And it's basically, it's like, we're not a bank.
The
right? We're not
debanking section.
Yeah, no, so like, we're not a bank, right? It's like what does Meta have to do with this? But they kind of found some theory that they wanted to investigate, and it's like, okay, clearly they were trying really hard, right, to like find some theory, but it, like, I don't know, it kind of like throughout the party and the government, there was just sort of, I don't know how this stuff works. I mean, I've never been in government. I don't know if it's like a directive or it's just like a quiet consensus that like, we don't like these guys, they're not doing what we want, we're going to punish them. But it's tough to be at the other end of that.
What was it like?
Well, it's not good. I think. Well, the thing that I think is actually the toughest though is it's global, right? So, and really, when you think about it, the U.S. government should be defending its companies, right? Not be the tip of the spear attacking its companies.
All right, so Zuckerberg, who later kind of implies, in this clip, he had said that because they were getting pressure to censor COVID content, then all of a sudden the CFPB comes after them over, which he implies is part of this kind of pressure campaign against Facebook. So what was CFPB's role in going after Facebook?
Well, it's actually funny in some ways because this is a company that just about 5 years ago launched a big ploy to start its own currency, to start its own way
of
of
trade. What were they going to call it?
It was called Libra.
That's right.
And
y'all remember that? I remember that. Libra, the cryptocurrency thing, the project. I wonder if that's still a thing. Are they still doing that? Let's see. Project Libra. Wait, what? Shit. It would be Meta at this point. They pull it? Yeah, here we are. Okay. What site is this? Corporate Finance Institute. Yeah. I remember that this was a big thing that they were pushing. This is back when, everybody they had to do blockchain. It was going to change the world. This was around the same time as the metaverse crap, where it's like, oh, we're going to create these digital spaces and VR and people are going to live their lives there. That's silly shit. So I would imagine that, of course, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau would be interested in a company trying to create their own currency. And I would also assume that, I don't know if they're going to talk about it, but hopefully these new video games, like all the, like the only one that I remember is NBA 2K, where you can buy those virtual currency things. And it's like you spend real money to buy those, and then you can buy stuff within the game. That's basically a end game currency. It's a currency. It's the same thing in my opinion. So I would expect to see crackdowns on video games too. At least I hope we see that, because like, let's think about it for real. Like, mostly kids play games, and it's kind of a dangerous thing. I don't understand why we have these types of things in games right now anyway, but we'll keep going.
what you saw was an attempt, it was a surveillance program essentially, that if they could embed payments throughout their whole empire of digital properties, they would be able to track payments across the board.
They're like cookies to the next degree.
Yeah, and in some ways that is really what many say is a goal, to ultimately move toward personalized pricing. And look, the truth is, if you call companies, some of these big tech companies...
That's a wet dream. Seriously. Personalized pricing. Just think about that. That is... I don't know if I would want that. Because, they're going to sell it, of course. They're going to sell it as, oh, well, if you don't make that much money, things will be cheaper for you. But when have things ever been cheaper?
we are a social media company, please. We know that their tentacles are all over, and many have significant aspirations in banking, lending, and payments. We have seen that with Google, we have seen that with Apple, and there are laws on the books, Ryan, that are financial privacy laws. There are laws about how you can traffic credit information like the credit bureaus do. So I'm not gonna comment on the investigation. They disclosed it to their investors, the nature of it, but to suggest that some of these companies are not engaging in some of the same exact practices as big financial conglomerates, I mean, is laughable. I'll tell you that this is also, I think, part of the reason the CFPB has been targeted is because you have big tech conglomerates that are looking to get into banking, lending, and payments, and they don't even want a minor speed bump in that process. They don't even want, I think, to be held to the same standards that when consumers are defrauded, or if there's errors in their accounts, or if their information is being harvested and trafficked to those overseas, I don't think they want to even touch that. And the truth is, there's laws on the books.
Well, of course they don't want to do that. That's generally how tech companies who disrupt existing industries, that's generally how they operate. You know, they don't have the same regulations, so they get to play by a different set of rules, and that's how they outcompete. Think about Uber and how they were able to, you know, build their dominance. For one, especially in New York, well, none of them had to purchase a taxi medallion, and these things are worth 7 figures. So already that's a strong competitive advantage. Number two is because they're not a registered taxi agency, they don't have to pay the same wages as every other taxi agency. They're not held to the same standards. You know, they don't have to purchase their own vehicles. They're able to leverage the vehicles of their contractors, which if you understand about anything about labor law, you'll know that contractors don't have the same rights or benefits as a full-time employee. They don't have to pay payroll tax. That's the other half of taxes. So I don't know if y'all know this, but like whatever you pay in taxes, you're only paying half of your taxes. Your company who employs you pays the other half. It's just payroll tax. So they don't have to do that. They don't have to pay any of the insurances like workers' comp or disability or any of the state insurances, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of things that they don't have to pay. So because their costs are lower, they're able to undercut these companies that have to, pay their workers a fair wage. They're regulated, so they're held accountable to laws and all that kind of stuff. And to make matters worse, Uber was operating at a loss for years, like close to a decade, maybe longer than a decade. Investors, they're willing to take a loss so that they can gain market share, so that once all the competition is gone and they have dominant market share, then they can start charging rent. And I'm sure you all have noticed that Uber is way, way, way more expensive today than it was when it first came out. I started using Uber around the time it first came out. And I remember in LA, to get from LAX to my friend's house in Santa Monica, it was $11. From LAX to Santa Monica, Sawtell Boulevard. If y'all are from LA, you kind of know where that is. It's not that close. $11. I wonder how much that would cost now. My Uber from home to the airport to IAH, the last time I did that, a few months ago, like 2 or 3 months ago, it was $78 to get from my house to IAH. I remember when I used to live in Pearland, which is more south. It's much farther than where I live at now, to IAH. I remember that cab ride was like $23, $27 a few years ago. I wonder how much it would cost today. I honestly, it's at a point now where it's cheaper for me to just drive and park at the airport in the actual garage. And I don't like to park at the the other place, but like park at the garage and just go to the terminal. It's cheaper for me to do that if I'm not, going to be gone for, a few weeks or a month or so. It's cheaper for me to just, pay the $25 a day to park at the garage. So that's, yeah, it kind of sucks. And we really don't have competition. That's one thing that we're constantly told is like, oh, like we have all this competition, but how many rideshare services do we really have? There's Uber and there's Lyft. Who else is there? I can't think of any others.
Job of the CFPB was to enforce it.
So this appearance came after Mark Andreessen, venture capitalist, was also on Joe Rogan. Let's move to Mark Andreessen. I think that's H1 here.
We have this thing called independent federal agencies. So like, for example, we have this thing called the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, CFPB, which was it's sort of Elizabeth Warren's personal agency that she gets to control. And it's an independent agency that just gets to run and do whatever it wants, right? And if you read the Constitution, like there is no such thing as an independent agency.
First of all, I hate to say this, but I don't really rock with this dude. He is a backer of something called Network State. And I think I shared a link to the book, which is, I think it's free to read, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. I think I put it in my channel the other day. I hope I did. Maybe I didn't. I could have swore I put that in here. I wonder if it got deleted. Are they looking at my Discord and seeing that I'm posting stuff to educate people? What's going on? Oh, no, it's here. Never mind. All right. Falling into my conspiracy too fast. I'm like, they're over here watching. They know. What? Wow. Why did it do that? Why the hell did it take me to Discord? I didn't ask for that. Anyway, here it is. This is the book, The Network State. It's in my Discord. I'm not going to share it here, but you can Google it. It's called The Network State. And it's worth reading. There's another book that's worth reading. It's called Stakeholder Capitalism. These are things that they seem cool and all, but I don't know. I'll have the book. I don't think that you can get this one for free. Maybe you can. No, this isn't it. But look up the book. It's worth reading because certain people, this guy, have y'all heard of him? This Darth Vader looking villain dude. Yeah, this is his book. Now, who is he? Well, he's the guy who founded the WEF. So it might behoove you to read this book on his thoughts of what he wants for the future, because he's doing a lot of stuff to make sure that happens. And you should want to understand and know how these people intend to control you. So some worth taking a look into.
And yet there it is.
What does her agency do?
Whatever she wants.
What does it do, though?
Basically, terrorize financial institutions.
Notice the words that he's using. He's using emotional, like, these are like words matter. And he knows what he's doing. Terrorize, who is she terrorizing? Like, whether you agree with her or not, irrelevant. But the choice of words that he's using to describe this should be setting off alarm bells. This emotionally charged language. All right, now I can't hear anything. What? Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to end the stream? We might have to end the stream. It knows I can't hear myself. Did I just mute myself? Huh. Well, I'm going to assume that these technical issues is because I'm talking about things. I know you can hear me. I can hear myself too. So I know whatever I hear, y'all can hear. What I can't hear anymore is this video. All right, let's just close. Let's just quit. All right, we'll do a little bit of that action. try this again. Maybe I just gotta refresh. Oh. Okay. All right, let's see if it's just this, right? Like if it's just this, then I'll just move on to something else. Oh, look at that. I already forgot I had this up. Let's see if we can hear this. Okay. All right, well then, yeah, I guess this is we're gonna have to get to the end of the stream. I'm having technical issues, and the only way I think I'm gonna fix this is just, I gotta log out and restart my, not restart the computer, but I gotta restart my audio drop. Actually, maybe I don't, let's see, oh shit, I forgot, this is another keyboard, which doesn't have things. Give me a second, I'm gonna go and get my other keyboard right quick. All right, let's see. Why in the hell? All right, I gotta also, God dang it. Let's see, we'll just open up have it open here. Go to profiles. All right, let's see, keybinds. Which one? It should be 13. I'm not seeing it. Hotkey. Let's go to my profile. Terminal hotkey. All right. Configure hotkey. All right. Let's see. Maybe. No, it's still not doing it. All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. We'll see if we can find the thing. Let's call audio. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to stop it. Hopefully, they don't cause my stuff to crash. Because I'm going to restart the actually, no, we can do the call audio here. I'm kind of scared to do this because if I do this, if it doesn't work, my whole computer's going to lock up. So maybe what I'll do is, instead of doing this, maybe I'll just say that maybe this is a signal that it's time to go to bed. It's 2 o'clock. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. So here's what I'll do. All right. So I'm happy to stick around. We can talk about some stuff for y'all. If y'all have questions about things, I'm happy to stick around. Talk about some things. Maybe y'all want to see some other crap. You know, I'll give a hint. So some other crap we could see, like some code stuff. Like I got that open on the side. You know, do some video stuff. Actually, I can't do video stuff. I can't hear, so I can't edit. I can't even edit video right now, which kind of sucks. But what I will do is show y'all this. All right, before I'm going to assume that y'all are just going to go to bed. This is the video that will be coming out soon, right? So this is making some chicken and sausage étouffée. It'll be coming out soon. Right? So this is some of the other stuff that I'm more interested in. You know, I was saying how I'm actually interested in these other things. However, you know, whatever I'm talking about now, this me talking shit, for whatever reason, people tend to have interest in that. So that'll be something that you can see in the future. If you want to see more of this kind of stuff, from me, like this type of stuff, what I've been doing, I would appreciate a thumbs up. That's actually how I determine what I'm going to do more of and what I'm going to do less of. So if you enjoyed this, or if you just, even if you don't enjoy it, if you just want to have someone else to talk shit to, like, you give it a thumbs up. You know, that tells me that other people want to talk shit too, and I'll do it. If you want to see more of my content, which is mostly these live streams and, you know, some motorcycle riding videos, that's another thing I didn't really tell you I'll do a lot of. If you want to see some of that, you know, some of my car stuff that I sometimes do. I stopped doing car stuff as much, but sometimes I do it. Y'all want to see that, you know, you can subscribe. Over time, I may start to do more types of content. Like I might start going to the gym. I go to the gym. I've been like taking my camera and talking about workouts and that kind of crap. Maybe I'll do vlog stuff in the future. Who knows? But yeah, I guess that's going to be it because, well, my computer seems to be struggling right now. So yeah, hopefully you enjoyed that. As I said, I'm him, and I will see y'all in the future. And y'all have a good night. And yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. I see something. Show whatever. Maybe I'll find some shit to talk about. Well, the thing is that I can't really, I mean, I can show you stuff, but you won't be able to hear it, which is the problem. Well, actually, no, let's see. Maybe not. Maybe Ableton Live goes through another interface. I mean, it goes through an interface, but it's, I have it going through something different software-wise. I have virtual audio channels on my machine. So maybe you'll be able to hear this. We can talk about processing, I guess. Processing audio. Let's come here to, I'm not going to play anything new. I'll just come to find the loop to see if we can hear the loop. All right, so we'll do loop. Nah, can't hear anything. Yeah, audio is jacked. Can't hear anything. It's not going to work. Yeah, so in that case, I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. If y'all made it this far, I appreciate it. If you just popped in, I'm sorry, I'm about to go to sleep. So, so yeah, I will see y'all in the future. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Peace. Will you make new videos with other developers about state of the industry? Maybe just talking, sharing stories throughout your career. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, nobody has an interest in that. And then you also got to keep in mind that, like, while I may be willing to talk about these things, that doesn't mean other people are. You know, like a lot of people, you may find this surprising, or maybe not. Maybe you understand. A lot of people don't really want to be on camera. They barely want to have their audio like on Discord. Like I invite people to join Discord all the time, and you know, people don't. So I can't say yes or no, but I can say more than likely no. Just, you know, looking at history. Now in the future, maybe I will meet some engineers who are willing to talk publicly, but I'm not going to hold my breath. You know, one of the things that I've realized is that a lot of people are unwilling to put themselves out there. So, you know, it makes the world suck, but hey, it is what it is. I have done something in the past with someone who worked as something like that. Maybe you haven't seen it here. I'll pull it up right quick. Before I head up. We'll come here. Now I got to figure out how do I even find this, because I forgot what it was called. Maybe we'll do live popular. Here, yeah, this one right here. So this was so one of the guys here, he was at Meta. He was a research engineer, AI type stuff. Chris is a developer advocate. He's done some stuff as a what do you call it? I think a web developer. He has his own channel, by the way. You can check his stuff out if you want. I think I'll link to it. Yeah. So you can go and check out his channel. I have another friend who does development stuff, but he doesn't do that on his channel. Let's see, Jonas. So So you can go check out. He mostly does car stuff, but he also does development. Who else do I know who has a channel who does development? Oh, actually, my friend Brian, he has something. Y'all should go follow him. Open Sauce, I think. So he was me and him worked together at GitHub, and I mean I left and he stayed there. He became the head of developer relations, and he went off and started his own company called Open Sauce. Here, I'll pull it up, and this is his product here. So yeah, he has a channel where he goes and talks to people. In fact, some of these people are actually friends of mine. He did one that I would recommend you go and watch with emoji. Wait, why? I know he did one with emoji. Did he take it down? Hold on, wait. I'm like, I am positive because I remember I was like, oh yeah, you did something with emoji. That's dope. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, cool. Yeah. So you know, you should go watch this one. This is a really good one to go watch. Of course, I can't let you hear it because of reasons. But yeah. Oh, and it crashed. So that part. So yeah, you can go check out those folks, and you know, maybe you can get some stuff. But yeah, maybe in the future. Although who knows? It seems like the direction that my channel is going is not in the direction that I wanted it to go, which is development focused. So the likelihood that in the future, you know, I would be able to do collaborations with other developers is quite low, especially if I keep going in this direction, which, you know, however, I don't know if I'm willing to go the opposite direction where I'm just talking about development to myself for hours and hours. You know, I've already did about 300 live streams of that, and I think I'm over it. You know, all right, but yeah, you know, go check them out, and yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Peace.